I know we're starting late again. Man, I was having some internet problems. Are you guys having any internet problems? I couldn't even get YouTube to load. It wouldn't load my channel, and then it wouldn't load the live stream for a long time. So I was just sitting there. I tried opening up Internet Explorer, whatever it's called now. I think it's called Edge. And it was so slow. I was like, why does anyone use this? Anyways, he says, rip one eardrum. I'm sorry. How are you guys doing? Anyone here from Texas? I hear you guys have no electricity in Texas still, so that's exciting. Or rolling blackouts or something like that. These are some lovely new cards of mine in the background. They're not actually for sale. I just wanted to show them off. What's up, Chadwick Burdick? You're dying. How's it going, Rand? Some of my best friends in Texas. He says, help. Dude, I was on TikTok and I saw this huge line to get into Target, and it just wrapped around like a whole block. It's just this huge line of people trying to get into Target, waiting for their turn. But then the person with the camera goes into TikTok. I'm sorry, it goes into Target. They're recording, right? And there's nothing on the shelf. So I was like, Jesus. All right. Let's take this off the table real fast. The Necrozma comes off too. Espeon comes off. What's this? Oh, that's Misty. Don't look. And this is Deoxys. All right, so these all come off. Let me think. Any news? Any news? Oh, Vivid Voltage arrived today. Wow, it arrived just as we ran out yesterday, so the timing was perfect. So we have Vivid Voltage again, and it's all from a fresh case. We're supposed to get some custom cards tomorrow. I ordered some cool custom cards. I ordered some Misty's Favors, because you guys like that one, but that won't arrive for a while. But we got some other custom cards. Oh, be sure to refresh your browser. Refresh, because I made some last-second edits to the description, okay? So you'll want to refresh that if you can. And we got 2 metal cards arriving tomorrow. One will be the Pikachu Illustrator card. The other one will be first edition Lugia. I also have the starters. Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise coming, but they're taking longer to arrive. So that'll be fun. Eddie says, my package should be delivered to you today, mister, unless it gets delayed again. All of my mail keeps getting delayed. Also, I'm supposed to have worked on this, but I keep not working on it because I'm lazy. So I really need to do that after this live stream. What's up, Alex? Wow. He says, Mister, have any Shining Fates? Do you also have heard there was a long line at Burger King for hot meals at Texas? I have no Shining Fates. But yeah, I've heard about the long lines at Texas. Title says the instead of they. Hold on. Let me go fix that. Thank you. I've gone ahead and updated that. You know what I haven't done? I haven't shared this link. Let me go ahead and share the link. All right, there we go. You know, I was going to talk about one thing before we get going too much. The McDonald's booster packs and the General Mills booster packs are available in the description. However, they're pretty highly priced, so you can get them cheaper other places, and those were the prices I intended to sell them at, but I was just going to wait. I was basically going to wait until they moved up in price naturally. However, some people were already asking me if I had them, and I do. So you can purchase them here if you want, but I'm just doing a, you know, fair warning that they're a little pricey, and so now you know, and you don't have to be mad about the price. Okay? So I just wanted to mention that, and let's get started. What's up, Brandon? Thanks for becoming a member. When are you getting some Shining Fates? Not today. Got any Dragon Ball Super cards? We had a little bit of Dragon Ball the other day. Somebody had sent me some Dragon Ball cards to sell, but I haven't ordered any new ones. I messaged you about bulk. That's right, I need to answer you. What's up, dear Ari? Has anyone else he says, has anyone else got on that reserve list for Japanese tag team? Nobody has. What? Yeah, these guys are suffering, guys. They're waiting for their tag team. I don't know what to do about it. What's up, Mifto? Here's a tip: when you get your Happy Meals, tell them to replace it with them spicy nuggets. Win-win. So many people impatient for Shining Fates. How's it going, Weespo? Well, they're going to have to remain impatient. Hold on, let me turn this down. They're going to have to remain impatient because even on the day that Shining Fates are meant to release, I'm probably not going to have them. Okay, I'm not going to go to Walmart and try to take them off the shelf or anything like that. I'm just going to wait for, I have a shipment that's going to arrive, and it probably won't arrive for like 5 days, okay? So we're not going to have Shining Fates at launch. Yeah, hopefully, if you guys want to open them early, you find them at like your local card shop or at Walmart or something like that. So we won't have them immediately. I think I might have a few of them just from, I got maybe like one order coming from Nintendo Pokemon Center or whatever. Mister, I saw My Little Pony cards at Myers? What's Myers? I don't even know what that is. Will it be hard to grade a McDonald's pack? Probably not. Mr. Biden said he wouldn't criticize China over the Muslim concentration camps. Oh, man. Callum said, morning, mister. I have to go to sleep in a bit because on nights. Yeah, I know. It's pretty late. It's pretty late. We should be starting at 11, not starting at 1. Alex says, you should keep them for yourself. I think I will. All right, I'm jumping over to PayPal's. Let's see if anyone wants to open some cards tonight. If not, we can just talk about Misty and the Shrine of Punishment. Let's see. There are a few people that want to open cards, though. It looks like the very first one is Mr. Awesome Cameras. Awesome Cameras, you're the first one to open cards tonight. He says, one wigged pack for the early snipe. Fell asleep last night before you pulled me that PSA 10 Rillaboom. Super pumped on that. I have a bag. Okay. Awesome Cameras. Welcome back. Pack number 1 contains custom cards, Lugia and the Illustrator. So what I'm going to do, they haven't arrived, but I thought it would be cool if I got you those early. All right, so, oh, I don't have tape. I need tape. Okay, so what's going on here is you basically have these pre-ordered. So you're going to get 2 of those custom cards when they arrive. Thought I'd do that for fun. And let me go get some tape, actually. I'll be right back, guys. Well, I don't actually know where the tape is. If I can find any in this drawer real fast. Yeah, I don't know if we have tape just lying around. All right, well, what else could I do? I guess I could do this real fast. Okay. I'll leave this back there. All right, so we'll just put that back there and I'll run into it. You can remind me too. Kara Nichols, 3 Vivid Voltage. All right, 3 Vivid. When you see the custom cards, you'll see they're really nice, okay, mister? What's up, Red Flare? How's it going, man? Where are the free cards at? I know, people love free stuff, that's for sure. Add-on, music on, video light. You're too funny. I'm gonna drop one of those packs by accident. Yep, so we got a fresh case of Vivid Voltage just in time. I went ahead and picked up a 3rd case, just in case we fly through these too quickly. Vivid Voltage continues to be, I think it's the most popular set when you take away Shiny Star V. Shiny Star V is taking a long time to arrive. What's going on, Jack? Yeah, I think all this snow and everything definitely slows down shipping. We got Trumbeak. Okay, I was going to say, does he have a box? We got Tornadus. We need Pikachus. I agree, man. And we got Ampharos. Cool. Dude. Oh, man, my little box full of empty booster packs is so full. And your bag is right here. You picked up the Rainbow Rare bow right at the end. Very cool. My post office has been closed all week. Yeah, I was supposed to receive some packages, and it says that they're delayed because of bad weather. So they're just not sending their drivers out. I was like, I mean, that's fair. You know, I don't want the drivers to die in the snow, but it's also like, I want my Pokemon. I'm gonna get some more penny sleeves going real fast because I can already tell we're about to run out. There we go. Can we get some Charizards one time? It's been a minute. You mean like in the background? What do we have down here in this box? Oh, I don't want to sell any of those. How did these even get into this box? I'm actually pretty low on PSA cards, believe it or not. I need to research that price. That price might have changed. Yeah, I'm definitely running low on cards for sale. Is Vivid actually back in stock? It is. I have a whole case, fresh case of Vivid now. Next up, we have Mr. Gentu Penguin. He says 3 cards to PSA, base Raichu Machamp, and you can choose the last one. Okay. Okay, here's the Raichu. Here's the Machamp. And we might as well do Alakazam. Speaking of which, I'm ready to do that PSA submission. I got the CGC. Oh, that's the other news. So the CGC prices have changed. Go take a look at those. Basically, the price went up. It doesn't look like that at first, but it did. So the price went up now. Unfortunately, subgrades got like a few dollars more expensive, and the regular grading got like $1 more expensive. But you can actually get the grading cheaper now because I don't automatically do subgrades. The last shipment that went out was the last shipment I did where it's automatically subgrades. So now you can choose whether or not you want subgrades, which might make things more complicated. We'll find out. What I'm worried about is there's going to be some people who say, I want subgrades tier 1, I want no subgrades tier 1, and it's just going to flip-flop, flip-flop, flip-flop like that. And when I go to actually make that order, it's going to be so much work because you got to remember which pile of cards go into which, divide everything properly. And then most importantly, when one set of cards has subgrades and another set does not have subgrades, they actually return ship those separately, which increases the shipping by like another $17, $20, depends on how many cards you're talking about. But it's expensive. So you're talking about increasing the cost of the subgrade, increasing the base price of the grading, but then also adding maybe like another layer of shipping, which is one of the reasons why when we had the prices before, you just had to have subgrades because it actually saved me money to not have them divided. But I don't know what to do now because the prices are so high. I'm kind of surprised because they're supposed to be in competition with PSA. They're supposed to be in competition with PSA, and they don't look like they are. Their wait time, by the way, is pretty long. I sent them stuff, I believe, back in November, but then they claimed that they only received it in December. And now it's February, and it hasn't returned. So maybe it's just the case that everyone wants to get their cards graded, and so they're all jumping on the CGC train, which in a way is good. It's good if you want to legitimize them as a grading company and have lots of cards graded by them. And it is much faster, even if it's just 3 months faster. But man, it takes so long to get cards back. These grading companies must be flooded with orders. They're probably working on the best methods to get things graded very fast right now. All right. Now we have Alex Trailer. Hello, Alex. He says 2 rounds of the Battle Styles, mister. I need a new bag. All right. I think this was a Japanese Charizard. I'm going to cop one of those Misties. You're going to cop a Misty. People were just sending anything trying to make a few bucks. Yeah, for sure. Mister, I'm so excited. My power's been on for 3 hours. That's the longest in 3 days. Are you in Texas? Yeah, I heard it was pretty bad over there. Oh, man. Man, that sucks. I guess everyone turned their their heater on or something, and that messed up. There just wasn't enough electricity. I don't know. Our heater's been running nonstop where we live. I remember we had a pretty bad power outage when I was a kid. It lasted like 3 days, which doesn't sound like much, but it's a really long time to not have power. Feels like forever. What's up, Tyler? Everything is bigger in Texas, even power outages. I was thinking, man, they better fix that power because my viewers won't be able to watch. I get a lot of viewers from Texas. I'm pretty sure Texas and California is like, I think those are the two places I ship to the most, which makes sense. They're large states, but I mean that means I get a lot of viewers and a lot of customers, right? So, Mr. Alex, I was like, get their power back on. They're not making any money either. There's an economic cost to having your power out. People aren't making money because they're not going out. They're not going out because probably a lot of businesses are like, you know what? We're on a winter freeze. We're not going to do anything. There's a lot of money to lose in that. Why am I looking at the B box? Based off shining packs I've seen get open so far, has led me to believe that the pull rates are not as good as Shiny Star V. Oh, okay. Interesting. We're looking for Alex Trailer. He says he needs a new bag. I'm going crazy. Here we go. Alex Trailer. You know what? I need a fresh drink, man. I said I need a new bag. I'm sorry, Alex. You did. SSV has way more. Sometimes Mr. forgets. Yeah, we'll have more Shiny Star, especially for those who want to chase after that Marnie. Andrew Edwar. He says, 1 darkness, 2 Japanese bow styles. All right. Here you go, Andrew. How are we doing this fine evening? How's it going, Pokey Nasty? What's up, man? Oh, better be careful here. These kind of fell over. And what was the other thing? Darkness? Here we go, darkness. I live in California. There's no Pokemon over here. SOS. Sneep. Sneep. I think we're going to need a whole new round of stimmies now that we've had an ice storm. Pack number 2 is Emboar. Mr. You know StockX sells Pokemon. I've heard about that. I've never looked into it. I know that PSA advertises StockX. I've never gone to StockX. Is it worth it? Are people getting hot deals over on StockX? Maybe people are getting hot deals because it's not as popular as like eBay or something. Okay, there we go. Well, Mr. Andrew, those were a little cold. Just a Galarian Stunfisk, huh? And some hollows. He's such a cute Stunfisk. StockX is horrible, says VexZD. I pulled the Dragapult the other day, Rebel Clutch. Scam City on StockX. StockX has decent prices, but the wait time to receive your package is long. Huh. So, Andrew Edwar, I'm going to go looking for your bag. Where am I going to find Andrew Edwar? I'll go looking in the usual places first, I guess. Andrew Edwar. Sweet. How's it going, Brandon? All right, let me go ahead and refresh. I'm all caught up. Shining Fate's going to be insanely awesome. Going to be worth a lot in the future. Pokemon Sword and Shield, 3rd highest selling Pokemon game. Kyle says, I wish there were cards actually in stock anywhere in Illinois. They might be in stock somewhere. JP says, got a case of resealed Meowth VMAX today. I love Mercari. Oh, God, dude. Resealed Pokemon. That's just crazy to me. Just thinking about it. God, I'd be so mad. Like, how would you prove it, too, you know? And also, there's probably sellers who have been, like, just selling real decent product, and then a scammy buyer goes, oh, this is resealed, you're gonna have to let me return it. You know what I mean? So yeah, Pokemon cards are interesting because they're so close to being like money, right? Selling cards is so easy. They're so in demand that they're very similar to like just having money. And you get all kinds of really bad people trying to run scams and steal, and it's pretty bad. I mean, every time I go to Walmart, well, I haven't been to Walmart in a while, but every time I used to go to Walmart, you would look on the shelf and some box of Pokemon was like open and pack was missing, or they're all open every single time. It's just like, Jesus Christ, man. Pokemon booster boxes are cheaper on StockX than eBay. You don't need to worry about getting scammed. There was a seller selling the top 3 first edition cards for 5K from stolen account. What? That sounds like the other way around, like you do need to be concerned. Shining Fates ETB, going for 150, 60, Pikachu V boxes, 50. All right, I'm going to stop reading the comments. Let's focus on the list. Shiny Fates did not live up to the hype. Shiny Fates, huh? Cool. Mr. Johnny Kim. How's it going, Johnny Kim? He says 2 Crimson Invasion. I have a bag. Sounds good. Kitty arrived. Shining Fates is second fiddle to Hidden Fates. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to be perceived that way because Hidden Fates has so many, like, Gen 1 and Gen 2 Pokemon in it. It also has some Sun and Moon Pokemon, but I think it just, overall, is more attractive. People like the old stuff. Ooh, what do we have? All right, a full art Nihilego. My local McDonald's raised the price of the packs on me from 3 to 5 to 7. Wow, that's crazy. That's a big deal. Wow, they should have done that the whole time, probably. The kids these days, Mister, did you change something with the PayPal link to make an order? It's asking for a request or send. No, I didn't touch it. I haven't touched the PayPal link. I have no idea. Might be something going on your side because nobody else has mentioned this. All right, Johnny Kim. PayPal's like, what are you doing? I pulled a Shining Diabetes from McDonald's. Wow, you did it. Robert Lee says large RNG pack. All right, Mr. Robert Lee. Ooh, what do we have here? Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise. Wow. All 3 of those starter Pokemon from these code cards. Gradable? Probably. These are authentic. All right, cool. With that eBay jacked account, what? What are you guys talking about? Any spicy pulls yet? There's a Charizard. I don't know. Mr. Robert Lee, let's find your bag. By the way, for everyone watching, if you're new to this, don't forget, in order to get shipped, you have to write me a message in the Please Ship channel in Discord, okay? So that's how you get the free shipping. If you want the live shipping, it's $6, and you have to write your address down in the message so I can compare it to your shipping address. Next up, we have Eric Lopez. He wants a McDonald's pack. Don't know what you have it as. What? All right. He says, well, it would be under Eric Lopez. I think that's what you're talking about. Kitty, what do you think he's going to get? Don't accidentally sneak the cards inside. I kind of feel like these paper booster packs are probably not good for the Pokemon inside. They seem like they'd be more abrasive. Is the next PSA sub tier 1? What? Oh, Chikorita. All right. Pikachu, Cyndaquil, and Scorbunny. Very cute. Doot. So that goes to Eric Lopez. And let's see. Your bag would be up here in the e-box if you have one. Oh my gosh, mister. Selling McDonald's packs. Come on, man. How's it going, mister? Eduardo, Emiliano, Ernesto, Efrain, Ethan, Edward. Eric Lopez. He says he might be under Sumo 1K. So if you're under Sumo 1K, you'd be in the S box. I'll go looking for you over there if I don't see you here. I'll check to the very back of the box. What's the Great Reset? That's when you lose all your stuff and you don't own anything, but you're happy. I don't know if any of you guys follow the news on that kind of stuff. Ernesto, Emily, Eric Fielding, Edgar, Exotic Kennel. Here we go, Eric Lopez. Eric Lopez, 27. Huh. Wonder why I defined it as 27. Let me go ahead and jump into your account. Maybe we had two people with the same name. Maybe that was why. Or I was worried we'd get two people with the same name. Just bought 7 sealed cases. What? Daniel, if you're interested in getting me one of those and being competitive on the price, you can contact me. And I can take one off your hands. That is a possibility. Oh, hold on. Well, yeah, I think it is his. I think I put that 27 down a long time ago. All right, cool. How many shiny cardboards do you see a day? Ooh, I see a lot of shiny cardboards. How much on the shiny Zard? Whatever you can find them for. Well, I'll go look them up. I won't make you do the work. I'll do the work. My card that I'm selling, so I might as well. Give me a second. I'll go find his price, okay? All right, so here we go. He goes for... It looks like he goes for $725. Yep, $725. I think I have 2 of him. Pokey French fries? What? There you go. Wacky Slush. You got Wacky Slush. We're done with the Eric Lopez. Now we have Mr. Bin Bin. He says 2-week packs and live shipping. All right. You ready? Here goes. Pack number 1 is holographic Rampardos. And pack number 2, ooh, is a vintage Topps Venomoth with very pointy looking corners. Cool. Eduardo says, I buy that Charizard. What? Nuh-uh. What happened to Express PSA? I'm not offering it anymore. It's just so expensive. Nobody is ordering it. And in order for it to make financial sense for me to offer the Express grading, there has to be multiple people ordering it at the same time, or else doesn't. There's just the cost of shipping it and receiving it and then shipping it a third time is so high, it's not worth it. It probably even looked expensive. If you look at it and it was like 130, you're like, why am I going to pay 130 for Express? That's just what it works out to. And so if just 1 or 2 people are ordering it, I can't offer it anymore. That's how it works with the Express. If people were sending out maybe about 10 cards at a time, I could still offer it. Not like per person. I mean, like if it was a total of 10 cards. So our volume's too low, basically. All right, let's see. Let's find us back. Yeah, I was doing some math. And I was like, it doesn't make sense to offer it anymore. There has to be a lot of people using it. And the thing is, I don't think people were using it because it was just kind of expensive, you know? Here we are. Maybe Justin, but right now they're all struggling. I have the slab, right? Oh, you have a slab? Thank you for reminding me. If you had not reminded me, I don't know if I would have checked. Sounds good, mister. Remember, guys, if you order live shipping, you have to confirm your address, or I might just reject your live shipping, okay? Oops, hold on. Go ahead and print this label. I got 4. Hey, we got a... Pokekobe says, hey, mister, how are you tonight? I'm looking for some hot Vivid. All right, I'm sending you only the hot ones. What the heck happened? I hit print and it didn't print. Is this the right thing? Oh. USPS postal rates have changed. Oh, okay, it didn't go through. All right, let me try this again. There it goes. All right, I'll be right back. I have to ship this bag and a PSA slab. All right. Here's what I have for you, Mr. William. All right, it's live shipped. Man, that's some pretty fast live shipping. After William, we have Ryan Fjelsted. Ryan says, 2 Crimson Invasion, and can you pre-grade my cards in my bag? Let me know which ones would be worth grading. No problem. Let's start by opening your packs. Whew. Mister, check the Discord. Haven't seen any PSA Tier 2 submissions yet. Just curious. Well, I don't think I've done the PSA submissions yet. They're still sitting in the box. I'm looking for the hyper rare Pokemons, mister. Let's make it happen tonight. Okay, I'm handing out the hyper rare ones right now. There's Jigglypuff, Pikachu, and Phoebos. All right, nothing too crazy on that round. Too bad the Pikachu wasn't like a reverse holo. That'd have been nice. What is this Phoebos doing? It's like in the wreckage of something. God, this looks so dumb. Phoebos is not an attractive card. Are you up top? You're up top. Okay. So now we can grade the cards in your bag. Here's Gyarados from Crimson Invasion. He looks real good. It's got one of those weird edges that is not quite round. I don't know how they treat that. And, you know, that looks a little bit like a white spot. I'm going to place it into the 9 for now. Those are holos. He looks pretty close to a 10. I just don't know for sure. Geodude. We could grade the Yugis if you want. Oh, my eyes. Do I grade Yu-Gi-Ohs? I tell you what, let's try to grade Yu-Gi-Ohs. Here we go. Yeah, this one looks really square. I'm looking for centering issues. This one's off center. This one is also off center. This one's very off center. Hatterene holos. Flapple looks good. This is off center. That's too bad. Here is a Ninetales from Tag Team, Alolan Golem. He's got a little white spot on this bottom corner. He's got to be a 9. Some holos that I didn't sleeve up, apparently. Altaria with the print line, and Phoebos. So you have a lot of holo cards in your bag. This is most of the size of your bag right here. It's just holo cards. So, man, holo cards really eat up a lot of room in these boxes. It's kind of unfortunate. Wish we had another system. But got to get you guys your holo cards because they are kind of valuable. So these are your 9s. I would consider the Thunderous for sure. And the Gyarados might actually be a 10. I mean, that little white dot's pretty small, and I don't know how they'll treat this odd corner. So the Gyarados might be a 10. And then over here in the pile that I think will definitely be 10, or have a very good shot at being a 10, the Flapple is probably the most valuable one, because he's new. And, I mean, you could go for the Nihilego, because it's an English GX, but it's Nihilego. Ninetales will probably do all right. This guy will probably do all right. So nothing too crazy in your bag today, Mr. Ryan. Okay. Thanks for hiring me to do the pre-grade. Mr. Marvin's next. What's up, Marvin? One Vivid, one Yugi, one Cosmic. Okay, we got one Vivid. Do I have to open up some Yugi? Yes, I don't. Sweet. One Yugi and one Cosmic. We'll start with the Yugi. Mr. Stop the Yugi simping. We're probably going to expand on Yu-Gi-Oh cards, not decline on Yu-Gi-Oh cards. We'll probably have more and more of them, because I think Yu-Gi-Oh cards are selling for a lot of money based on the few times I've looked them up. And that's what we care most about, is your ability to open and flip cards. Really, it's all about card grading. So if there are people in here who are Yu-Gi-Oh fans, I'm looking for more sets similar to the Maximum Gold set, collector's sets. But I'll probably never, like, specialize just in Yu-Gi. It's too much. All right. You got the Harpy Feather Duster. And how about these Pokemon packs? Yeah, we'll probably expand on Yu-Gi-Oh! Everyone wants the Blue Eyes. Yeah, sounds like it. Ghost from the Past set will be a collector set. Oh, nice. See, I'm not going to remember that, though, once the stream's over. I got so many things. I'll probably forget that. Floetta. We got Floetta. All right, nothing too crazy in your 2 packs. Let me just make sure. My brain told me to double check. All right, we double checked. Sweet. All I want is the Dark Magician. Yeah, there is a Dark Magician in the Maximum Gold collection, so you may be able to pull him out. All right, that's for Marvin. And you're right in the front, Marvin. Starvin' Marvin. They're doing a Ghost Rare Dark Magician. Oh, cool. Is that like a new set that's coming out? Mr. Brandon. Brandon says 6 Japanese bow styles, please. I have a bag. You got it, Mr. 1, 2, 3. Oh, God. Come on. Just open up, please. There it goes. 4, 5, 6. You cut a Dark Magician in half on this channel. Well, it wasn't my Dark Magician. It was somebody else's. Yeah, somebody's like, go ahead and cut my pack open. I don't think I would ever cut my own pack. But, I mean, if you guys get a kick out of it, go for it. Did you ever get into the show The Walking Dead? Yeah, that's actually what my wife and I were watching the first time she came to hang out with me when we were in school. We watched Walking Dead. She'd never seen it before, so I introduced her to it. Yeah, it's a pretty good show. Sumo says, why no MTG Magic cards? The reason why we haven't done any, by the way, thanks for the tip. The reason we haven't done Magic cards is because when you look up Magic card grading, they don't really sell for much. So you could open up a pack of modern Magic cards, grade them, and they don't really do well. And that's a big deal, because we're all about grading here. Whew. I like TWD, Cosmic Fire, Walking Dead got very repetitive and I stopped watching. Yeah, it did get a little repetitive. I agree with that. I watched the last season with my wife. I don't know when the next season will come out. That was for Mr. Brandon. Brandon says he has a bag. All right, Brandon, let's go find your bag. I feel like your bag would be down here. Adrian, Benjamin, Bradley. If you guys think I'm wrong about being able to flip Magic cards, let me know. You can explain it to me in a private message even. But I got to see that people can open cards and successfully flip them before I'll offer them on this channel. That's really important to me. Callum, Chris, Brandon. It's why I don't offer every pack of modern Pokemon cards, just because I don't think they're all that good. Some of them are way overpriced. When it comes to like Sun and Moon sets, the pulls just don't justify the price. Eric Guzman. What's up, Eric? Eric says 2 custom packs. All right, Mr. Eric. Mr. Eric. 1. You got code cards. And 2. Diglett, you did it! Magic is fun, but the chase cards are meh. Big fan of zombie movies. Me too. I love zombie movies. I'm getting kind of old. I'll be 32 in April. I've been watching zombie movies my whole life. Love them. Love scary movies, if you guys didn't know that about me. Big fan of scary movies, and the zombie genre is no exception. Lots of fun watching people getting eaten. Pokemon is Jesse Salinas and Jesse what? 32 is kind of old? Yeah, it's kind of old. Best zombie movie on Netflix or Hulu? No use, no magic, no free cards. This stream sucks. I want some free ones. He says, damn, 32 is old. I'm 29, bro. I'm shaking. I mean, 29 is like the worst year of your 20s. I remember being 29 and just feeling depressed, man. Yeah, you hit that big 3-0, and then you're like, oh no, I'm not in my 30s anymore. Nobody will think I'm cool ever again. Because I'm a boomer. Yeah, you turn into a boomer fast, guys. 2 orders of Battle Styles and 1 Vivid Voltage. You got it, Mr. Anthony. I'm young at heart. Bro, you're 30. If you guys think about it, in the past, people didn't live much further than 30. You died in your 30s way in the past. You're basically grandpa age now. You should have been having kids at 16. Your 20s is like your grandpa ages, and your 30s is when you die in the past. So 2 orders of Battle Styles, 1 Vivid. You're like 1,000,000 years old. Yo, long time no see. What's up, Perplexed? How's it going, man? We're just opening Pokemons like we always do. 1980 is 40 years ago. Wild. I have an oldest sister. She's approaching her 40s pretty fast. I think she's halfway through her 30s. Is there actually anything good in these custom packs? No. Only bad stuff. You have to keep watching, mister. We got Corviknight. I'll have Siggy's on my breakfast, please. What? There's Corviknight. Let's snip some Evos? Oh, man. People haven't been snipping Evos in a long time. Evos got pricey, dude. I'm supposed to be ahead in life. I'm supposed to be married, wife, in a big house, and already settled with a good job. But I'm a mess. Don't worry. The Pokemon cards will never let you down. Togekiss will never let you down. Togekiss is there for you, man. Yeah. Putting your life together. Life moves fast, man. And I always felt like I was a little bit behind in life. I was just always kind of behind in things. I got a late start to finishing my education because when I was younger, I left home. You know, I kind of ran away from home when I was younger. And so I didn't go to college till I was like 25. I didn't graduate till I was about, what was it, like 29, basically. I think it's closer to 30 that I graduated, because I graduated, I turned 30 in April. And yeah, so I finished my degree much later in life and started my career much later in life. Actually, if I could have changed things, I would have just found my wife at college and then dropped out and gone to work on YouTube. You know, if somebody could have tapped me on the shoulder and told me to do that, I'd be in a way better place financially right now. Heck, if somebody told me to take the entire student loan and do nothing but buy Pokemon cards with it, I'd be way wealthier. The cards went up in price by so much, it's shocking. Anthony H. That's right, we have an Anthony H. How your PSA pricing dropped so much? That's dope. What's up, man? You think it dropped? I think the pricing's about the same. I don't think it's gone down. I think it's stayed roughly the same, hasn't it? I don't actually remember. Mister, I'm watching every morning and I still didn't see anything extra from custom packs. That's why I'm asking. Anything extra? What do you mean by extra? It seems like Pokemon cards appreciate better than the dollar. Well, they've definitely been appreciating. That's because the dollar's been printed like wow. Next up, we have Chloroform Brand Comics. He says, hey, mister, can I get 2 customs? I already have a bag under Chloroform Brands. All right, Mr. Chloroform Brands. Pack number 1 is a Drampa. Pack number 2 is Sobble. Sobble Zamazenta. Yeah, you have to keep watching. That was for Mr. Chloroform. Sorry, Mr. Chloroform. A little cold that time, huh? And we have your bag right here. Those custom boosters are pricey. People go pretty deep on them anyways. Callum Calder. Callum says, hey, Mr. Payment for 2 General Mills packs and 5 McDonald's packs. Jesus. You got it, mister. Anything you want, you got it. I don't think I even have 5 packs over here. I'm going to have to go grab more McDonald's packs. All right. Mr. Calum. I want all the money. Can I have that? Who will think of the children? How's the wait time? They were pretty long yesterday. They might be long tonight. 3, 4, 5. Dude, we opened one of these and it was empty the other night. I was gonna have a breakdown. Whew. I'll start with the McDonald's packs. Testing them, make sure they're not pushed forward at all. All right, trim the tops off. I can't drive to Walmart or Target. Oh, because of all the snow. Jesus, yeah, that probably messes things up. Pack number 1 is a really cool looking Cyndaquil. All right. Pack number 2. We have Fennekin. Wasn't Kira asking for Fennekin just the other night? Pack number 3. Kim, is it Kimcar or Chimchar? I think it's Chimchar, like chimpanzee. It's gotta be Chimchar. I always want to say Kim. All right, we've got Oshawott. Ooh, man, we want the Pikachu. That's what we want. And how many cards total are there? I don't even know. Totodile. Totodile's pretty good. I like Totodile as well. He's Gen 2. Gen 1 and Gen 2 are my favorites for all those who didn't know. He's a Gen 1er. I remember learning about that term, Gen 1er, and I think it was meant to be like an insult. I'm like, I fail to see where the insult is. It is the superior set. Okay, here we go. All of the General Mills packs come with the guaranteed Pikachu. See? Pikachu, and then you hope that these 2 back cards have another holo in it. In this case, these are just 2 common cards from Sword and Shield. They're not very valuable. We're going to bulk them. So you're going to get a guaranteed Pikachu, and then we're going to try again on the second pack. Again, we're hoping for a second holo card. Pikachu, and no luck. Yeah, I opened up 5 of the General Mills. Was it 5 or 4? Might have been, no, I think it was 5. I opened 5 packs on TikTok, and out of the 5 packs, only one of them had a second holographic card in it. So I don't know if that's just the average pull rate or my luck. Probably just my luck, because I generally don't have good luck. But yeah, it could take a while before you pull a second holo. I love these Pikachus, though. The funny thing is, I think even if you just graded every single one of these, they'll still go for a lot of money despite a large population. There you go, mister. Wow. You know, I really feel like these are probably going to remain valuable for a long time. Mr. Callum, where did we put your bag last? I think you're over here. Those cards are so cute. They're the starter cards. The holographic is pretty good looking. Something tells me those are going to stay around for a long time. People are going to enjoy that set for a long time, is what I mean. You're going to snipe the Pikachu. Awesome camera, Andrew, Anthony, Adam Smith, Andrew, Adam Mundorf. Callum, I know I've seen your bag like 20 times. Wait, why am I looking in the A box? I'm crazy. I'm looking in the A box. Supposed to be looking in the BC box. Here it is. I have seen your bag 1,000 times. Callum, your bag is large enough for $2 live shipping, okay? So if you feel like getting shipped out, you can get shipped out for just $2. You get shipped out instantly. So that's the advantage of live shipping. No more waiting, no waiting in line. Joe Harris. I'm Joe Harris, and I have a Pokemon card shop. He says 4 Sword and Shield and 3 sets of Japanese battle styles. Wow, Joe goes really deep. So we're going to have 3 packs. And another 3 packs. Can I grade the cereal box? And then 4 Sword and Shield, huh? You must be going after Marnie or something. 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I get that right? Yep. Mr. Joe, do I send tracking for live shipping? It's supposed to get emailed to your PayPal address. Yeah, your PayPal email. Rip Rush Limbaugh. Oh, that's right. That was in the news. Rush Limbaugh, a prominent, pretty controversial conservative radio talk show host, has finally passed away from lung cancer. And he got diagnosed with lung cancer. It was like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. I don't remember. I think it was last year. He revealed he was in the last stages of it. Isn't that sad? I hate hearing anyone dies. Who's that? That was Mr. Tokimon. What's up, Tokimon? Thanks for becoming a member. Yeah, man, it'll be all of our turns one day. Everyone reading this message and hearing me talk today, it'll be your turn someday. Not now, but eventually, right? So I try not to think about it. Try to open Pokemon cards. What do you think about Darwinism? Real or a hoax? Darwinism, you know, is that like the social idea that humans genetically need to continue to evolve? Is that what you're talking about? I'm trying to remember what Darwin... I feel like I've heard that term before. I think that's it. How's the box break coming? We still have some packs to sell. So guys, if you're thinking about making a large Pokemon card purchase, consider picking up a Gym Heroes First Edition booster pack. Actually, I should just rewrite this list to get rid of all these scratches. It's very ugly. I should take a day and advertise it. Darmanitanism. That's right. Ooh, picking up the full art mustard. There you go. That is the rare card in the box. Congratulations. I'd rather buy Charizard. I think we were kind of talking about something similar to Darwinism. I was talking about how I read an article in the past that human intelligence peaked with like the Greeks or something like that. Humans needed to keep becoming smarter and smarter and smarter, like genetically, and then they kind of stopped around the time of the Greeks or the Romans. I think I was told something like that. I'm not like actually very well educated on that subject, but it was an interesting concept. That's why I remember. Like, do humans have a need to evolve? So if you believe in actual evolution, not pokey evolution, if you believe in real evolution, and humans have been evolving it the whole time, at what point did we no longer need to evolve to be smarter? Because we got all the food we need and we got all the security we need, right? So it's a really interesting concept. I grew up in a funeral home. My dad was an embalmer. Oh, wow. I hear those are typically family businesses, by the way. I heard Darwin took the theory of evolution from Satoshi. What? All the Pokemons we need. We are still evolving. Are we, though? Are we? Because, evolution occurs as a side effect of having some distinct quality that makes your offspring, more likely to survive. Well, in 2021, especially if you live in a first world country, your offspring just are going to survive. It's not really a competition anymore. And with there being no struggle to survive, would the human race stop evolving, like permanently? There's no more improvements. So it's a really good question. I don't know if that's true, though, because I think we still pick each other for intelligence and beauty. So, I don't know. Mr. Joe. But maybe there's a lot of kids that would have died in the wild that get to live. because of the niceties of having a developed human race that has homes and money. Joe, I think what happened is I put you over in the overflow. I'm going to create a new bag for you, okay, Joe? This is bag number 2. Gary says, I haven't been picked for my beauty. Well, and that's kind of the point. X-Men is based on a true story. Evidence that supports evolution to prevent certain infectious diseases. Joe Harris. Can I just evolve to be more handsome? Can I have some of that? 2-pack is alive. I knew it. Derek Riley is next. Derek Riley says, 1 wig pack. I have a bag. Can my boy Evan Petrovich get a shout out? Woohoo! Evan. Do you think we will ever have a zombie outbreak? Nah, it'll never happen. Hatterene. Don't forget the best performing investment portfolios are those of dead people. What? When it's my turn, I need a new bag, says Keith. I get picked for my Pokemon. We will evolve into cyborgs. Will we? Okay. Derek Riley. I have a bag, he says. Let's go find it. See a need, fill a need. What? What are you talking about, filling needs? We are evolved. What? You guys ever seen that image of people making fun of the evolution of mankind, where he goes from like a, you know, like a monkey to a Homo sapien or whatever, and he's all intelligent, but then it kind of like goes backwards? You guys ever seen that image? Didn't they used to put that on the Darwin Awards books? Have you guys ever read those? I remember going to the library and renting those books. They were so popular. The Darwin Awards it would be a book that would talk about different cases where someone would die, and it would talk about how they died. Pokemon is a new member. Woohoo! They would talk about how the person died, and they would die in some unusually stupid way that was totally preventable. And so they would make it into the book, and the book was called Darwin Awards. Because it was, I guess the concept was like they're getting themselves out of the gene pool with their poor choices. And I think the image would show up on the cover of that book. You would see the evolution of man, and it's like, wow, he's so, you know, evolved. But then it would show him like regressing at the end of evolving into the intelligent man we think of ourselves. It would show humankind regressing back into like something gross. I'm sure if I looked it up on the internet, I'd find it right away. Did you used to watch 1,000 Ways to Die? Duh. On Spike TV, 1,000 Ways to Die. They would play that. I used to work for Sam's Club for a little while. They would play that in the break room of Sam's Club every single night, and everyone loved watching it. We'd all be eating our snacks, our lunch or whatever, and we'd be watching 1,000 Ways to Die. So it was like really popular. Next up, we have Jansen. Jansen says 2 wig packs. You got it, Jansen. Sam's Club, the strip club. Spoink. All right, you got a round of vintage cards. And 2 of them, right? Spore Bunny. Sorry, mister, those are cold. Where's the hot packs? They're in there somewhere. We're evolving. Liberals talking about Green New Deal when Texas is powerless because wind turbines are frozen stiff. Yeah, you know, I haven't heard much arguing, but I heard the Republicans arguing, hey, we only lost power because we got all these wind turbines, and then the Democrats are like, well, you don't have that many. You know, everyone's just always fighting. Jansen, let's find your bag, Jansen. It's unfortunate what happened in Texas. It's not that unheard of, though. I mean, it's not like we've never had a power outage anywhere in the United States before. I was just talking about how in the beginning of the live stream, I was talking about when I was a kid here in St. Peter's, where I live, we had a really bad outage that lasted like 3 full days. And we had to get generators and everything because it was so bad. We were going to lose all our food. I used to watch Faces of Death. What? I'm in Texas. All my neighbors have no power. Elon Musk controls the weather. Their infrastructure is not built for the cold. Well, yeah, precisely. And now it's going to have to be built for the cold, or they're going to have to worry about that. Mister, do you think the weather is controlled by the government? Oh, yeah. The weather controlled by the government. Joe Biden did it on purpose. Hey, I'm going to go get an energy drink. I'll be right back, guys. Let me go grab an energy drink. It's all part of the Great Reset, guys. First, they're gonna knock out our electricity. Then they're gonna take all our Pokemon cards. But we know the truth. Subscribe now. Subscribe now to hear nothing but the truth. Whew. So who did we just help? We helped Mr. Jansen. Now we're on to Pokey Nasty. Pokey Nasty, I like the name Pokey Nasty. He wants 1 Vivid, 1 Sun and Moon Crimson, and that's it. I have a bag under Landon Siaga. Oh, changing names on me. Pokey Nasty. You gotta get nasty with the WAP. Wigglytuff and Pikachu. Dragonite is controlling the weather. Here it goes. Remoraid. I can't believe Remoraid turns into Octillery. How does that make any sense at all? Does not make sense. Whale Lord and Zygarde. No luck this time, mister. Better luck next time. He's mad we depleted his ozone layer? What? We finessed the ozone layer. Isn't that what people are saying? So Landon, just find your bag. This will be the last night you're known as Landon. Louis, Keller, Kyle, Landon. Landon! Dude. I feel like a new guy. He says, you are a new guy with new opportunities and sexy happy times just around the corner. And now you go into the P box. You've changed boxes, man. Gavin Buzzard. 2 Battle Styles, 1 Crimson Invasion. People are liking Crimson right now. Maybe this is the price. So we got a Crimson. And how much? 2 Battle Styles? I think he means 1 of each. WAP, Wigglytuff and Pikachu. That's what that means. Sneep. There are girl Charizards. What? I'm gonna wake up my girl and ask her for a sexy happy time. I don't want to die, Mr. 2. What? Nobody wants to die. That's why we need to figure out the secret formula to immortality. Turns out it's injecting. I'm thinking of Sandra Bullock's. Yeah, you heard that she's injecting baby penis foreskin into her face. That's a real thing. Look that up. She was on Ellen DeGeneres talking about it. That's a secret to youth. Oh, man. We've talked about that before on this channel because it's so freaking bizarre. Gavin Buzzard. Gavin, let's go find your bag. I see a Hector. I see a Garrett. Here's Gavin. Got to upload our consciousness to computers. I don't really think that that will allow you to live forever. You know, in theory, it sounds like it would. But if you can upload your consciousness to a computer, you could download it to 6 robot bodies at the same time, couldn't you? That's how software works. Okay, so which one's you? You're not you 6 times. You don't have a conscious awareness between all 6 bodies, right? So what if none of them are you? Very good question. Maybe we are not just our consciousness. It's a question me and a computer science guy who nerds out over math were talking about this very problem when I was in college. We were trying to figure out that kind of problem. Immortality is not having a lot of children. Jared, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. You gotta have lots of children. You ever listen to Tool? I was going to mimic one of the Tool songs, but I didn't want to sound cringy. Yes, of course. I can't remember. Do you have a special on bulk grade orders? I'm thinking of sending you close to 15 to 20 cards. For express grading, the really expensive one, express grading can become cheaper with a lot of cards, because a lot of the issue with express grading is that it has a really expensive return shipping that gets cheaper if there's more cards to what do I want to say, to kind of spread the cost of shipping amongst, combined shipping. Think of it like that. For everything else, no, it's all the same basically. Everything else stays the same. All right, that was for Gavin Buzzard. Jeffrey is next. Jeffrey L. He says 2 rounds of Battle Styles, 2 Vivid, 1 Darkness, 1 Wig. That's a big order. So let's get it. 2 rounds of Battle Styles, huh? Mr. is a Maynard James Keenan stan. I have no clue who that is. Not even slightly. 2 Vivid. Boop. 2 Vivid, 1 Darkness of Balls. If you got a big order for me to send out, though, I can put it into an order where it's only your cards. So that'd be cool. Do you think Metapod has a WAP? Metapod knows Harden. I don't think Metapod knows WAP, but he appreciates WAP. Wigglytuff Pikachu. Oh, he's the lead singer of Tool. See, I didn't even know that. It's funny. I know Tool enough that I know the music. I did not know the lead singer. Guess it's just one of those things. If you never stop and read about it, you just don't know. I mean, he's not like my favorite artist, but I've definitely heard his music. Victory Bell. It's good music. Urshifu. Doot. Putting your brain in a robot wouldn't allow you to live forever, but you'd create a new life. Well, then what's the point? I mean, okay, so you've got let's say you got a replica of yourself walking around. Whoopty, I guess. I don't know if that's so important. Maybe it's important if you're like the best at something. Maybe if you're like the smartest. Otherwise, you start getting people thinking that they deserve to have a clone of themselves all the time. The world will definitely become overpopulated at that point. But yeah, I mean, if you can upload your consciousness to a computer for a while, I guess that's fine. Sounds like something that'll only matter for like the hyper intelligent, the hyper powerful, and celebrities. He has a wig too. I know. I decided to open these packs up first. Okay, here's the Dene. You ready? Here's the wig pack. Mr. Jeffrey. Mister, I think he got a wig pack. Jeffrey picking up Hollow Zapdos. Where's those hot cards? Do you think the new set is going to be good or lackluster? The new set will be good. They're all good. Jeffrey. Let's find your bag, Jeffrey. So, Mr. Jansen, you got a really large bag. You can get $2 shipping. And here's Jeffrey. Jeffrey, it looks like I might as well offer you $2 live shipping as well. Okay, so if you guys want live shipping, you can get it for $2. Just gotta keep that. Gotta keep your stuff moving. You guys are filling up the J-Box real well. Okay, Mr. Jesse Salinas is next. He says 3 Sun and Moon base. 3 Sun and Moon base. We don't open these too fast. Such a great set, though. 3 Darkness Ablaze. What is this music, man? 3 Vivid. Ooh, 3 Vivid. First time order. My name is Jesse Salinas, Tokimon. All right, nice to meet you, mister. Oh, did you guys hear that news about Logan Paul moving out of California and wanting to move into Puerto Rico? There's a good reason for that. Puerto Rico is not a U.S. state, which sounds like a terrible thing, but actually it's a tax haven. You move there, still live technically in America, and pay considerably lower taxes. So, yeah, it's actually very cool. I'm actually thinking a little bit about that myself. You guys hear me talk about moving and wanting to not pay as much taxes. Well, I got a pretty nice collection of cards. And if I could sell off the collection from Puerto Rico, you know, in order to not have to pay taxes on the sale of the collection, that would actually make a lot of sense. So move to Puerto Rico, make the sale on the cards, and then I could stay there if I like it, or maybe move. But yeah, that's a big deal. So I might have to have a home in Puerto Rico. Von Doom says shipping costs ? Well, I've shipped first class to Puerto Rico, and it actually costs the same. There's no extra price to first class shipping. I don't know about the other shipping, but first class costs virtually the same as it does in the mainland. Yeah, so that's kind of a big deal, isn't it? We got Dartrix. I was talking about that with my wife today. It's funny because if you guys have been here over the last, I don't know what it was like a week, 2 weeks, I mentioned Puerto Rico before, didn't I? So I mentioned Puerto Rico paying lower taxes, and then a little while after, you hear in the news, Logan Paul is moving to Puerto Rico. So, yeah, it's very interesting. What do we got here? Electrike, I might have to look into that, because if I can buy a small home in Puerto Rico and sell the cards from Puerto Rico and get taxed in Puerto Rico, that's actually a pretty large selling point. Wow, these are kind of cold. Where are the hot ones? Oh, man. I think he opened all those packs, and they were all cold packs. We're going to scroll through, just make sure no mistakes were made, just because it was so many packs. But, I mean, those are all reverse hollows, so... yeah, no mistakes, of course. You can't make mistakes on that. He talked about moving to Texas. I didn't talk about moving to Texas. Oh, you're talking about Logan Paul? Logan Paul talked about moving to Texas? Yeah, so he was thinking about moving to Texas or Miami, and ultimately he's deciding on moving to Puerto Rico. And it's like, you know, that's actually pretty cool. I'll move to Puerto Rico and buy my Pokemons from Logan Paul. So that was for Mr. Jesse. And Jesse got some really cold cards on his first Poke run. Jesse, why don't I toss you a free Peebs, okay? So there's a card for you, and I'll pop it into a bag here. Make your pull a little nicer. Thanks for coming to the channel and hanging out with us. Jesse Salinas. Mr. Pokérave opened 5 Shining Fates. 5 of them? That's pretty cool. So the only problem is I don't think he's going to fit in this box. We got these 2 really large bags taking up most of the box. This one and this one. So between these 2 bags. See, now the box is like empty. You got, not empty, but you got plenty of room in the back now. Logan's going to have to spend the money he's saving on security. I don't know what you mean by that. I got nowhere to place these. These are going to... okay, so part of the problem is even the overflow is full. The overflow spot on the table is like basically full. All right, there we go. You guys are in the overflow. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. Gregory Morin is next. We have a real problem going on. Gregory Morin says, hello, Mr. 2 McDonald's packs and 1 custom. All right, Mr. Gregory. Oh! Picking up PSA 10 SV22. Mr. Gregory Morin picking up this lovely Lucario. There's one right there as well, valued around $200. Awesome. Your lucky day, man. He says, woo! All right, I'll place this here. And then you also wanted 2 Mickey D packs, huh? Getting those Mickey D packs. Can you give your opinion on the best XY set? The best XY set, I know the most expensive one is Flashfire, because it's got a bunch of Charizards in it, and people like Charizard. YouTube Live is like a better version of Twitch. Oh yeah, I forget about Twitch. God, I gotta restream this stream to Twitch. I don't know why I don't do it. I'm a live streamer. I should be restreaming everywhere. Man, there's so much work I can do. To be honest, though, we get so much business every night opening cards with our friends here in our small community. I don't really have a need to expand. But I should, shouldn't I? Ooh, we got Mudkip. He's got some Hollow Bleed, man. That comes with like 3 cards in the back, too. Puerto Rico is not a nice island. I used to live there, says Rex. It's not a nice island. What's your criticism of Puerto Rico? I love to hear some opinions from people who have lived there. And Chimchar again. Chimchar? Lots of crime. Ooh. I guess maybe if you could build a really well-defended home. Puerto Rico has lots of gun violence. Ooh. I know my wife wouldn't like to hear that. Definitely much different from the mainland. Yeah, crime. Interesting. I guess everything in life has risks, including dodging the tax man. All right, here you go, Mr. Gregory. Wow, these look really nice. Lifestyle there is different. 6'3", fit girl with the sleeve. Man, that's tall. She's a tall girl. Claude Cavan, he says, 1 roundabout styles. Also, opinion on my rainbow in my bag. Not sure of the name of it. Still getting familiar with the Japanese cards. Oh, yeah, I'll take a look. So first, let's open these. Apparently, they will come for your Pokemons there. Yeah, interesting. So I guess if I had a lot of Pokemon cards in Puerto Rico, I would... Well, I wonder if you can just claim that Puerto Rico is your primary residence and store all the cards somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like store them in a more secure location. Pack number 1. Or maybe they have like a vault in Puerto Rico for this kind of stuff. Because I imagine guys who have like loads of gold or something like that, if they're moving to Puerto Rico to sell the gold later, they would want to secure it themselves. Mister, you need to move to Medicine Hat where I live. Medicine Hat? All right, Claude, he wants me to take a look at his bag. Oops, I almost tried to double sleeve this. Oh, the Rainbow Rare Karina's Will. Yeah, so this is apparently real popular. I think I saw the raw card going for almost $100, and you should definitely grade it. That's my opinion. People love girls, so the girl cards go for plenty of money. All houses have burglar bar doors. Jesus. There are big money laundering banks in the Cayman Island. Jesus. It will only be a matter of time before they realize Logan Paul is there and rich. Yeah, I mean, but also, wouldn't that be a little bit of a deterrent? Do you really want to try and rob a rich guy? So, I mean, like a guy who's really rich, he might actually have a lot of good security, and so your odds of being successful go down. You might be better off robbing someone who, ironically, is poor, because you'll be able to steal their petty cash, and they won't really have a good way to defend themselves, nor would they want to risk protecting, you know, whatever they have, not very much money. But if you have a lot to protect, your desire to protect it goes up too. So the funny thing is, when someone's real rich, it's scary to try and steal from that person. He says, kidnap them. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing. You know what's funny? My wife, I can already tell you, would hate the idea of moving to a place with high crime, but I'm a bigger risk taker than she is. I would still think of it. Mr. Last night, I was in between hot pulls for the custom. Now tonight, I get the hot one. I guess that's just how it goes sometimes. Crazy. I remember that, GJM. Yeah, you know, it really is just random, and you got lucky tonight for sure. If you think about it, somebody has the worst luck with the custom booster pack pulls. Somebody out there. Somebody has the worst luck. Edwin Acosta, he's got a big order. What's good, mister? Put the other cards pulled from the God Pack into PSA Tier 1, and let me get 2 customs. Also, $18 I owe for the CGC submission. What? The $18 for the CGC submission. trying to remember what that was. Like a, oh right, that was like for a hyper rare, and I told you it had to go tier 2 because it was just too valuable. I think that's what it was. So let's start with your 2 customs. Let's start there. This is for Mr. Edwin. We got Urshifu and Rillaboom. And then on your second pack, Salandit and Roselia. Okay, those are pretty cold. It's not a surprise. We just pulled a Lucario out. Zombie movies. I love zombie movies. You got any more of the General Mills cards? Yes, we do have some more General Mills. I actually do not have a lot of them. General Mills were not like the McDonald's cards. You couldn't buy them by the case. Mr. Edwin. They're a little bit more expensive and really not as many for sale. Okay. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Dude. Very good. And we will put these back here. He can hire all the shooters. They're no problem. Pokemon Gangster. Shaun of the Dead. Hilarious zombie movie. That's right. What pulls you got, Nasty? We'll put these safely on the side. Let's see. So you want PSA Tier 1. I believe that's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, that's correct. All right, and I think the way we're going to do this, I think you're going to get a bag. The first Resident Evil movie was okay. Your GameStop is limiting how much Shining Fates you can order. That makes sense. That's because if they don't limit it, you can just buy it all and immediately flip it online because it's going for so much more online. All right, we got Alcremie. I like Ditto. I like that he's a blue color. It's so funny looking. I'll buy it. Depends what you got. I see that Ancient Origins halfway... What? Hallway down the wick box? What? Oh, the booster pack. If you're considering Puerto Rico, I would look into Peter Schiff. I love Peter Schiff. He's great. Peter Schiff is very smart. Peter Schiff is a lot of fun. If you guys haven't watched this stuff, go watch his stuff. Have you ever? Yeah, I know. He is also in Puerto Rico, isn't he? So that's pretty cool. Okay, here's Grookey. Some guy at my local GameStop ordered 600 ETBs and made it to where no one else could pre-order them. Oh my god. That's crazy. You gotta finger the card saver first. What? What are you talking about? How much to grade one card? Hey, mister, check out my bag. I'll trade you. Here's a Rongaroo. All Bitcoin haters real quiet now. It broke 50K. Yeah, I heard about Bitcoin breaking 50K. And I actually still personally am uncomfortable with Bitcoin. Here's the thing. After thinking about Bitcoin for a long time, I feel like Bitcoin is definitely kind of like a Ponzi scheme. Basically, the value of the Bitcoin only goes up when new people buy it. And so it relies on that for growth. And since it doesn't have dividends, if it ever stopped growing, the people who are smart with their money would have to pull their money out and put it into something that's productive. However, I believe it's a very good Ponzi scheme that people will want to be part of. And I don't think, I think the Ponzi scheme is still near the top, not at the bottom. So I think there's still plenty of room for Bitcoin to grow. Not like it's any better than the US dollar, to tell you the truth. But I think it definitely has big flaws, like, for example, in China when they banned it. So, but I guess they could do that to gold. They could do that to gold. They could do that to silver. They could ban Pokemon cards. They won't do that. So I don't think the government will ever ban Pokemon cards. So, you know me, I'm probably just going to keep buying Pokemon cards the whole way. But, yeah, it does make me very uncomfortable. But not a lot more uncomfortable than the dollar. You know what I was reading about the other day? I was reading that I was reading that Warren Buffett actually just sits on a ton of cash. He just sits on cash, which is what everyone tells you not to do. They tell you don't sit on cash because cash isn't appreciating, it's depreciating. It's going down, it's inflating, there's more of it. You know, you're a sucker if you've got cash. You should have it invested. But he just sits on cash. So he's got a large portfolio of different things and then just a chunk of cash sitting around. And I think honestly, Warren Buffett just has that cash ready to be used. And it really impressed me. I was thinking like, man, he actually trusts the US dollar and he just wants it available to buy stuff when something goes wrong. So I thought that was really, really interesting. And it helped shape a little more of my perspective. He just has cash on hand. And if there was a big crash, Warren Buffett would be in a very good position to take advantage of it. Who says you have to have gold? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, gold will probably go up. But he just wants to be able to immediately buy things. Warren Buffett, he doesn't want to have $1 billion of gold that he has to sell first. He makes more money off Coca-Cola than the actual CEO. Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? Okay. Mr. Ralph Dutcher, he says, Keith Dutcher on YouTube and Discord, 2 Vivid Voltage, 2 Darkness. Wait, let me make sure I got all of Edwin's order done right. Yeah, okay, Edwin Acosta is done, and we're ready for Ralph. All right, Ralph, good luck. Warren Buffett can have like 0.1% of his portfolio in cash and a couple million. Well, it's a pretty substantial amount of cash he's holding. It's a pretty large amount of cash he's holding. How much to grade only the Karina Willpower through PSA? Karina Willpower will probably... You know, I think it's a tier 1 card. Yeah, you can ship, you can send her in for 20 bucks if you'd like. She's not like a Charizard. That man is worth like 80 billion. Man, that's a lot of money. Did I get skipped or is this line super long? Let me look. It's just super long. You're like 6 people away, in fact. Yeah, you still got plenty of waiting time. I think people are always surprised at how long the line is. Ooh, telescopic sight. Very nice. That's a hyper rare. And Alistair. We've got Mareep, Tyranitar. Well, the thing is, everyone tells you to get rid of your cash. They tell you, buy stocks, buy bonds, buy gold, buy Pokemon cards. But Warren Buffett, while most of his money is invested, he keeps a nice chunk of it just in cash. And that surprises me because I was always told to diversify my investments and to use that cash to buy something like Bitcoin or gold or some other hard asset, maybe like real estate or something. But he doesn't do that. He just has cash on hand. And I never considered the currency itself to be a store of value because everyone tells you it's not. Oh, the government can print as much of it as they want, right? So it definitely took me by surprise when I learned that's what he did. And it made me question if maybe I'm believing some of the other ideas too quickly because he's not an idiot. Warren Buffett, I don't think he is. So that was for Mr. Ralph. That's a very poor argument to just say trust Warren Buffett, but I mean, he definitely knows more than me at least. You know what I mean? Sometimes you look for somebody who knows more than you. Let's get your back going, man. Yeah, it really surprised me. Ralph Dutcher. There we go. Mr. Ralph. Mr. Looks like a gym challenge is in them wig tonight. What? What are you talking about? Marvin Leon says 1 vivid. 1 custom. Let's get that custom. You ready? Mr. Marvin. Zapdos. That's not a Gym Heroes booster pack. And one more Yu-Gi-Oh! All right, let me go get a box of Yu-Gis. Yu-Gis. If you can pull out a $800 Blue Eyes Dragon out of a pack of Yu-Gis, then Yu-Gis belongs on this table. Yu-Gis! Mom, I like Yu-Gis! Kitty, I'm making a mess. There they are. Okay, I'll sleeve this up real fast. You think you got a blue eyes, Mr. Marvin? Mister, how you been? Just checking if you received the slabs yet. Think it arrived in the U.S. about 2 weeks ago. How's it going, Jer? What were the slabs in question? What were the slabs? I actually don't remember what we're talking about here. Nice. Rayquaza. That's my favorite amazing rare. Excellent. Boop. One cosmic as well. Oh, yes. One cosmic. My bad. Sorry about that. I actually missed that. The first edition Beedrill BGS9 and the Ultra Necrozma. That's right. Those did arrive. Those arrived and I opened them. Were we doing a trade? I don't actually remember. Or did I just buy them from you? Help me out. My bad. If there was a note in the box, I didn't see the note, so I assumed they were purchased. Best investment you can do is in yourself. What? I want to invest in myself ASAP. I'm getting PP increasement right now. We've got Laundry Dragon Maid and Drawl and Lockbird. Sweet. You bought them off me. Oh, man. JRC, I have so much going on. Once something's done, if I don't tell myself to remember it, I just won't remember it. All right. I missed a super chat. Hold on. The 18 was for the Goldenization. Appreciate you. No problem. Thanks, man, and thanks for the donation. Glad you got such a nice card going out. Bet it'll be worth a lot when it returns. So all this was for Mr. Marvin. Mister, do you think the coronavirus has anything to do with the government not having the money to pay our Social Security, so they targeted the elderly, just like Cuomo did? Nah, I don't know. Oh, man, wouldn't that be the craziest conspiracy? I don't think so, though. I think it probably was something that the government did not want. I mean, unless you believe like an Illuminati was trying to set it all up, but the biggest conspiracy I'm probably willing to entertain would be that China bought a bunch of gold and then intentionally let the virus get very bad by silencing people about it as a form of biological warfare with the rest of the world. So that's probably the furthest I'm willing to go, because it's very sus that they were buying record amounts of gold right before the virus came out, and the fact that it came out during a presidential election in the U.S. So that's probably the furthest I'll go. I don't necessarily believe it. It's just that it would make a lot of sense to me if it was true. Just like when Jeffrey Epstein suddenly died before he could go on trial. Rakusaga says, my PSA cards are stuck in Illinois. They're in Illinois? They're not stuck in Illinois. What's going on is Illinois is the last time they were scanned, so they haven't been scanned in your country yet. They could actually be in your country right now. Okay, so they're not stuck there. Okay, let's see. What do we got next? Mr. West Donini. He says 2 unis. Unis. Where'd I put my unis? Oh, here they are. He won an Emmy, and he is a pandemic hero. It can't be. I need a bag if there's anything but poop. What's up, Wes? Welcome back. Let's see what you pull from the unis. Sneep. How the election was fortified also due to virus. Fortified? Here it goes. Garchomp, hollow. And, oh man, what'd you get? No way, you actually got Misty's favor. People were after this card. There was a Misty's Favor in the box. Oh, man. Very cute. Unfortunately, we're looking at it, and she's looking a little thinner on the left, which just shows you how tough this is to get the card you want. Even when you do pull the right card, it can still be off-center and ruin the value of it. She's real off-center, unfortunately. Yeah. I got so hyped. I was like, we did it. We pulled Misty's Favor. All right. Let's see. Oops, my bad. So you guys tell me which Misty's Favor you prefer. Which is the better Misty's Favor, the one on the right or the one on the left? Did the guy who donated 80 last week get his refund? I actually have no way of knowing that. YouTube does not allow you to see individual donations once they've been made. So I hope he did, honestly, because I don't want his donation if he's a little kid who stole mom and dad's credit card. And I'll be okay if I don't get 80 bucks. So I hope he got the refund. If his parents found out about it, I think there's an appeals process for, an unauthorized charge on YouTube. So hopefully they did get their money back. It would be pretty freaking funny if I got to keep the money. But again, I wouldn't know. All right, so that's for Mr. West. You're getting a new bag. Misty on the left or Misty on the right? Trump might run for Florida governor. Oh, man. Dude, that'd be crazy. I think he would be, I don't think he would be very successful in politics at this point. I think he would do better doing something like running a news station or something like that. But I don't know. He's had a taste of being I don't think he would. You know why I don't think he will? Because it's almost like a downgrade, you know? You've been the manager, now you're going down to being the trash guy. I'm not saying that governors are trash, but I'm saying it's kind of like a demotion. I don't think he will. I think what he will probably consider doing is operating a think tank, or he will probably be in the news or something like that. That sounds a lot more like something he would enjoy doing. But demoting himself to governor, I just don't see it happening. All right, Mustafa, he'll probably definitely do rallies, though. He seems to do well with those. You know, so if you've got some other Republican, maybe his son will run. Oh, I didn't think about that. Then his son's just not as good as he is. But I bet you his son or his daughter might consider running. And then they would get daddy to drive them around and rally for them. So that's kind of an interesting thought. All right, Mr. Pokey Kobe. I'll get 3 wigged and 4 vivid. All right. Hey, thanks for coming back, man. How's it going, Pokey Kobe? 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like Rand Paul could run for Trump. Rand Paul. I like Rand Paul. He's all right. He's all right. 3 wigged packs. Pack number 1 is vintage, not Doug Trio, Diglett. Vintage Diglett Topps card. Pack number 2, 10 Darkness. All right, we're going to have 10 Darkness. And third pack. Totodile from Neo Genesis. Oh, such a nice vintage card, actually, to pick up. I contemplated not even putting that one in, putting it in maybe like a special pack rather than just as a cold pack pull, but I was like, screw it, let's do it. So let me get you some Darkness of Balls. Bonus. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hopefully some hot pulls in there. And here's the Vivid. Let's see what we get. Rand Paul will get the Libertarian vote. Is the Libertarian vote even that large? I don't know. I'm very curious what happens in the world of politics in the future. I have no clue what'll happen. Sneep. All 4 of my PSA cards I have are from you, mister. Oh, that's very cool, man. Starting a little PSA collection. Kind of reminds me of Russ. That's kind of how it worked out for Russ. I think he got his first PSA card here. Sneep. 1 to 2% depending, sometimes less, sometimes more. Sneep. What are you guys talking about? I want Kanye West. You guys talking about Rand Paul when we could have Kanye West. You guys are crazy. I want, what was the, there was a rapper that was at one of Donald Trump's rallies. I don't even remember his name. It was like, gosh, I don't remember his name. He should run. I want 50 Cent to run. Where's 50 Cent? He said, I don't want to be 30 Cent. Oh my God, that was funny as hell. I don't want to be 30 Cent. We got Spinnerack, Joe Exotic. Was anyone else disappointed that Donald Trump did not pardon Joe Exotic? I mean, he really ought to have been thinking about us for entertainment purposes. Like, for entertainment purposes, Joe Exotic should have been allowed to get out and work on another Netflix special. Are you kidding me? We're stuck here in quarantine. We're stuck here in lockdown, and we don't get to have another Tiger King. That's basically a lost opportunity. Come on. I mean, wait, he said Joe Exotic is out? Who's saying that? JP is? No, you're messing with me. You're messing with me. He's not out. Kanye in his first campaign said, I almost murdered my daughter. Oh my God. Why would you say that? All right, 2 more packs of darkness. We got Darmaka. Trump pardoned him and Lil Wayne. All right, we got Lil Wayne, Lil Pump presidential campaign 2028. All right, he didn't want competition in 2024. Looks like you pick up just both of the Vicavolts. It's not terrible. You got full art Vicavolt. You got lots of hollows. Let's see what you get in the Vivid Voltage. What's the wait time? Probably a little bit long. Feels like it should be. We've got Bonnet. Orbital. Look at that. You pick up an Orbital full art. Ben Shapiro. But then every single State of the Union and every interview, he's going to be like, my wife is a doctor. Ben Shapiro doing, I don't know about that. I don't see it happening. Doop. My wife is a doctor and he has a WAP. Confirmed facts, don't care about your feelings. What? Mister, your Ben Shapiro impression is on point. Do his accent. I can't do Ben Shapiro at all. No. All I know is that he sounds like he would have been very annoying when he was younger. Very, very annoying. I was a little bit annoying when I was younger, though. I think we all were. Imagine having a young Ben Shapiro give you grief. Be like, all right. What do you mean when he was younger? He's annoying now. Is he annoying now? I pulled 2 shiny Charizard VMAX from Shining Fates today. What do you think it'll be worth? $2. Mister, are you a fan of Joe Rogan? I watched Joe Rogan's content for a little while. I only stopped watching because honestly I got kind of bored of it. So he's definitely a good content creator, and I just kind of moved on to other stuff. But that happens with everyone's content. If you watch enough of it, you just kind of move on to new stuff. What am I watching right now? Right now, I am absolutely gorging myself on anything related to economics, monetary policy, and just understanding like how would a collapse look and stuff like that. And with the Federal Reserve printing so much money, I'm really interested in gold and silver right now, and Bitcoin. I watched a ton on Bitcoin, by the way. I watched for like 2 days straight, nothing but Bitcoin documentaries and Bitcoin people who are talking down on it, people who are talking it up. So I watched a ton of Bitcoin, and that's the kind of stuff I'm consuming a bunch of right now. Okay, let's see. That was for Mr. Pokekobe. Thank you so much, Pokekobe. Next up, we have John Ailman. Hello, John. Hey, how's it going, mister? Please give me 2 rounds of Battle Styles and 6 Vivid. That's a big order of Vivid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 2 rounds of Battle Styles. There we go. Mr. John Ailman. Let's see what you pull. Man, I can't wait for those custom cards to arrive. I really want to see what they look like myself. We got some metal custom cards. You know, I was on the fence on how I felt about those in the past because I've seen them for sale before. And I've had some time to think about it. I think they're kind of a good idea at this point because you can get them for like maybe like 10, 15 bucks. But the actual card that they're copying or mimicking, like first edition Charizard, he's so expensive you will never afford him now. So, you know, at first I was definitely on the fence with the custom cards, and now I think they're pretty cool. So those are on the way, and I hope they arrive sooner than later. Central banks are the #1 problem. Yeah, I mean, I guess I feel like the whole kind of like setup is doomed to fail because you have a government that can raise its own debt ceiling and can just print as much money as it wants, as long as everyone shakes hands on it. And then you have a democracy where you can be like Andrew Yang and be like, oh, I'm just going to give you $1,000 a month. Vote for me. And so that's just a bad setup, right? Because then it becomes a race to whoever's going to promise the most free stuff. I got free stuff. Who wants the free stuff? And so you just have, that's just a, I don't know, that's like a recipe for disaster, basically. You know what I mean? The politicians can put us into infinite debt, and then they can go campaign on a, you know, presidential run where they say, we can go in as much debt as we want. It'll all work out, I promise. You know what I mean? But the way it actually works, money and wealth is only generated when you produce something worth that money and then sell it to somebody in another country. That's how it actually works. So we're making all this money, and it, you know, it affects the economy in a negative way, in my opinion, because people who already own all of the assets, all the money, I'm sorry, not the money, all of the whatever, like businesses, real estate, gold, stocks, when there's a lot more money coming into circulation and people have a lot more, supposedly have a lot more purchasing power, the price of those things are going to be driven up by people actually going out and buying them. So you may feel wealthier with $600 more in your pocket, but you go out and you just hand it back to the business guys, and then the cycle continues. And then you say, now I need another $600. And so where does the inflation show up? I think the inflation actually shows up anytime you need to buy something that isn't just an imported Chinese good. You need to go to the doctor, well, you can't afford it because it's actually not made in China. You know, the doctor's not made in China. It's super expensive, you know? So that was one of the things that I learned over the last couple of days is they claim that we have not had any kind of hyperinflation, and yet I think in some ways we have. It just depends on what you're talking about. Wow, look at that. Just depends on what you're talking about. You're talking about goods imported from China, you're right. They've managed to keep the price of those things very low. And they got workers in that country that they work like, I don't know, almost like slaves. I guess not quite, but sort of, because they're stuck in that job and it truly pays very little. And then, you know, they ship all that stuff over here and manipulate their own currency. But and then you come over here and you need to pay for a doctor, and the doctor's like, well, I want to be paid $400,000 a year. And so do the guys running the insurance policy for all this. So you're going to have to whip out some real cash. And then you realize you're poor. You're like, oh, I'm poor. I didn't save any money. I don't own any assets. All of the assets you can own are insanely expensive. I couldn't afford it on my income. And so I think that's actually what's been going on with the middle class. And you started out with like, and this is all stuff I've been reading about and listening to. You start out, whatever, like in the 60s, where you can be Joe Schmo right out of high school supporting a family and a wife who doesn't have to work, to today where you can't have children and both the mom and the dad have to work. And Americans then, you know, have become a lot less wealthy, if you think of it that way. Great consumers, though. Really good consumers. And it's funny, you're hearing that here. We're opening cards together. So we're making the Pokemon card company some money by doing all this. But at least Pokemon cards are, they're fun. They're collectible, I guess. You can sell them back, I guess. There's a whole economy just for these, like a secondhand market. But maybe in another vein, if you're doing something like buying a luxury car that just depreciates in value, and that's all it does. You know, it's, I don't know, it's just, why aren't Americans kind of tapped on the shoulder and said, stop, don't do that. You know, don't do that. And the guy who sells the car just kind of squeezes all the money of that person. And the card probably got imported from another country anyways. Yes, it drives me nuts. It's all this kind of stuff I'm thinking about. You're hearing me, I'm as much as I'm talking about it, I'm sort of like thinking about it at the same time because it's kind of a big issue. I find it so surprising every time I ship cards to another country out of the US, and they've got like sanctions basically. They say, you can't ship the cards to us. We'll ship the cards to you. And you won't have any custom tax on us. But if you try to ship cards to us, we'll tax the heck out of it. And it just kind of shocks me and surprises me and makes me think like, man, is America like not competitive or something? I don't know. Space Knight says, I just did a giant deal with Cheekers and I sent you our contract. You're basically my collateral if he turns out to be sour and robs me. Okay, be careful, Mr. Space Knights, because you guys didn't talk to me about it first. So just want to tell you to be careful. Cheeker says, I'm all good. Sweet. So let's see. Mr. Chadwick Burdick is next. He says, 1 wigged pack. Unlike that last time, I do need this one to be extra cold. Sounds good, Chadwick. Let's see what you got. Shrinkflation is like a product. Let's say a cookie will slowly decrease in size over time, but the price of the product still rises. We got a holographic Solgaleo. Hey, that's pretty good looking. Dude. All right. So that was a bunch of jargon, I guess, just me chatting. It's very interesting. I think about it a lot. It feels like I've been doing a lot of learning. Makes you think more carefully. Mr. Callum, you can get that $2 live shipping, okay? Good to make an order? Yes, sir. We got Chris T, Christopher, Christian. I think that people who end up wealthy in life, I think they spend a lot of time doing this, talking about it, learning about it. It's a good thing to be working on, guys. And, man, going all the way back, it does not surprise me at all that, Logan Paul wants to move to Puerto Rico to dodge all those taxes. And it definitely shows you that people who have a lot of money to lose in taxes are paying attention to the taxes. I think one thing that when we talk about raising taxes on the wealthy, one thing a lot of people will reflectively say is, well, the wealthy aren't going to leave. Their business is here in the U.S. Or, oh, this or that. Oh, well, they've got the money to pay it. They don't care. They're there for living in the land, not for, you know what I mean? I don't think that's true. There is a point where it's too much and they say, all right, I'm out of here. And the question is, how much is too much? Are you remaining competitive? Mr. Anthony Hune is next. He says, you know the deal. Let me get 5 customs. Wow, man, he's going deep. Are you ready, Anthony? Here goes. Pack number 1. Senna Scorch. Pack number 2. Ooh, this is a vintage Topps Venomoth. Anyone part of Young what? Pack number 3. Ooh, we got some code cards. Pack number 4. Meowth. Young lean goat. I want some goat. I've never eaten goat before. I'd love to have some goat. And Hollow Lucario. I'm sorry, mister. No crazy hot pulls that time. JFK was going to end the Federal Reserve. Look what happened there. When rich people get taxed, they put their money in places they don't get taxes, making the middle class pay more taxes. Well, and that's another thing I've been learning a lot about exactly that. So the wealthy, you guys think they have a lot to tax. They already have moved it out of the country. They've moved their taxes other places because they don't trust to not be taxed here. They don't trust the tax system. So they actually take their wealth, turn it into whatever they want, and then they put it into another country where the tax rules are different. And then they leave it there because they're not going to pull it back into the country until the tax rules are favorable. All right, Mr. Anthony. It's a very interesting concept because I love the term "eat the rich," right? You ever heard of that? Eat the rich, and there's a strong feeling of that in the U.S. Like, oh, we've been screwed. We need to stick it to the 1%. They have an enormous, unfair amount of wealth. These guys are probably running circles around us. They're already wealthy. They're doing nothing but reading how to protect that wealth, you know? That's all they're doing, is strategizing on how to protect it. And it's not like when the French Revolution occurred, where they had to be on horse-drawn carriages. They have private jets now. They can fly places. And so they've been working to protect their wealth the whole time. It's not like you're going to literally be able to eat them anymore. They've already made the money, and you being able to steal it from them or take it from them by force is probably long gone. It's over. They've already got the money. And they've been working this whole time to protect it. That's probably all they think about. We have Mr. Alex PSX. Hey, what's up, Alex? What did you want me to open for you, mister? 18, huh? Like, you guys think they just sit in their chateau and they have no idea that you're saying eat the rich and they don't know how to protect their wealth in 2021? They've all hidden their wealth. Probably years ago they've hidden their wealth. And they've hidden it in ways you probably have no clue about because they spend all their time reading about it and you don't. Eat the wealthy. They probably are light years ahead of us on this subject. Mickey D's says, Alex, you got it, mister. Now, I'm not saying just because maybe it's not feasible for us to tax them that we shouldn't try, but I'm just saying that the sentiment, besides the fact that it's probably not going to lead to anything good, it's probably just not going to work. Achilles, you want to buy me a pack? Chinese food is superior. I do like, or Asian food is delicious. The government wants to punish a person's success, but the person is the one putting up the risk. Well, you know, I feel like a really high tax will probably just lead to the wealthy protecting their wealth even more, or just doing whatever it is they were going to do. Nice, Cyndaquil. And the person it will hurt the most is any middle-class guy who is trying to break into being wealthy and in the upper class. They're the ones who will probably get screwed the most. And maybe the wealthy know that. Maybe that's why all these corporations, all these wealthy people are actually for it. Because they can manipulate their wealth in a way that people who are starting to become wealthy can't. And so they're like, yeah, go ahead, eliminate our competition for us, please. You know what I mean? Nobody thinks that way. And, oh, yeah, it's so bad. I don't know. You guys ever heard of that? Amazon is actually for an increase in the minimum wage. Well, why would it be for a minimum wage increase? Because Amazon knows it'll actually mess up their competition. It will hurt their competition more than it will hurt Amazon. Now you have no way to compete with them. All right, so this is for Mr. Alex PSX. Let's go find your bag. Mr. Alex. Ooh, look at Alex. Alex, you got a giant bag. When do we get you live shipped, man? My girlfriend converted me. Never did I think I'd like sushi. Okay, there we go. Your girlfriend converted you to Christianity. Chai Vang says, hey, Mr. 2 weeks packs and live shipping. I have 2 slabs. Address. All right, very good. Mr. Chai Vang, let's see what you get. Boop. We got Beldum and Mr. Fuji. No lazy people don't deserve to make a living for free. 4 a.m. trying to sleep. Oh, sleep. I thought you said sneep. Anzation. Man, something's in this box. So weird. Wonder what's in the box. Sweet. Now you would like to live ship. Let's go find Chai Vang's bag. I find it interesting, you know, California was talking about maybe passing a law that would allow them to tax you even if you moved out of California. And when they start talking that way, man, if I was living in California and I had any kind of success, when they start talking that way, I would be on my way out, because that is some scary stuff. That's real scary. Imagine being told you can move to Missouri and you're still going to pay taxes to the state of California just because you were once there. I'd be like, nope, time to go. That just goes way beyond personal freedoms. Oops. Give that code away. That's scary stuff. Gavin Newsom is kind of objectively sketch. I actually don't know anything about him. I don't know his policies or his beliefs, but anytime I see him, he reminds me of like a bad guy from Batman. Does anyone else get those vibes from Gavin Newsom? He looks like he's a classic comic book villain. That's just me. That's what I see when I see him. He just looks, he kind of makes me a little uncomfortable when I look at him. I'm like, you're creepy. All right, Mr. Chai, let's get you shipped. And you know, that would be true whether he's Republican or Democrat. I don't actually know him that well, and what he believes in and what he wants to do. I'm just saying. I look at him. He's got like that pulled back hair. Like, okay, so if he was one of Donald Trump's sons, everyone would be making fun of him for the way he looks. I'm pretty sure. He just looks creepy. Just looking kind of creepy. I don't know, man. Let's go get your slabs, mister. You said you had 2 slabs. I'm going to find them. It's not fair to judge a person by the way they look, but it sure is fun. Just teasing. I got one. Let's see if we can find the other one. He's like Draco Malfoy. That's what it is. That's a perfect description of him. He's like Draco Malfoy. Here we go. Both slabs. That describes it perfectly. He's rich, he's in power, and he just looks a little icky somehow. Oh. All right, let's get you shipped, mister. But that's just off looks alone. He could be a really great guy. We sure love to judge the way our politicians look. Mr. Chai Vane, you're live shipped. Woo! Thank you so much, mister. What a nice night, kitty. Thoughts on Stephen Curry and the Warriors? I have no clue who Stephen Curry is. No clue. That one has not been on my radar, so I have no idea. All right, I'm going to go ahead and refresh and see who's next. There's 500,000 petitions to have Newsom recalled. That's a lot of petitions. Whew. Kitty, we're going pokey deep. Come on, PayPal. Wow, it's been an active night. See, Mom, man, what's up, Gary? Warriors are trash. Kyle a bit off. What are you guys talking about? What do you guys want to talk about now? We've been talking a lot about finance. We've been talking a little bit of politics. We should talk about something else, something a little more, something a little less dry. Let's talk about something fun, like who has the biggest pee-pee. Wait, that's more. Let's see, Chai's done, and we're moving on now to Mr. Joe Harris. Can you please send Mustard to CGC, Primal Groudon to PSA, and whatever other best card I have? I know I have one. I just don't remember what it is. Excuse me. Excuse me. Dying over here. So, Joe, trying to remember where we put your bag exactly. Is this it? Yeah. Scalpers and how stupid they are. I hate them. The Nintendo Direct, did they talk? I didn't actually watch it. I was asleep. Did they talk about Monster Hunter Rise at all in the Nintendo Direct? This Bulbasaur has definitely got to be considered. I got to say, definitely the Pikachu as well. There's a lot of them, but, oh man, you got a lot. So we got these guys. Primal Kyogre. You got a mustard? He's in the other bag. That's what's going on. Okay. Mister, you play Pokemon Stadium? He says, yes, that was in the Nintendo Direct. Okay, what'd they say about it? Anything cool? Other than it's coming in March or May or whatever? Is it March or May? I don't even remember. Can we talk about Pokemon card Facebook groups? There's some real goobers out there. Well, I don't want to do any shout outs for any groups, okay? So let's not talk about them, okay? Please, no mentioning them. All right, Joe. I don't want any free advertisement. Trailer with some of the monsters. Oh, nice. I didn't even see it. So here's Mustard. And then you also wanted the Primal Kyogre. And then for the third card, I would probably send, I think, Roller Skater. Gotta send those waifus out. I see, I'm not even a big fan of the waifu cards, but I know other people are. Somebody asked, is 900 for an Evolutions box a lot? You know what? One day you will think back and go, wow, that was pretty cheap. That Evolutions box will hit $2,000 one day, and you'll be like, gosh, I wish I had a few. I know that sounds crazy, but I see it all the time at this point. All these boxes that used to cost so little cost so much now. All those vintage boxes that go for like $20,000, $25,000, they all used to cost $4,000. So they went up in price times 4. And so if, Evolutions went up in price times 4 in the next year, it would cost about $3,600. Pokemon never dying, huh? I think Pokemon will stay very consistent just because the people who open up the packs and the booster packs online, like on YouTube, they get paid YouTube ad revenue to do that. So there's actually a direct way to profit off of opening those, if you're somebody like Leonhardt. So that will keep the booster packs moving for all time. They will just keep moving because he will keep profiting off of opening them. They have opening packs has an entertainment value. Very important concept here. Okay, let's make sure we don't mess this up. So Mustard's going to CGC. You trying to make things complicated, Joe? You're looking pretty fierce. But you want the Primal Kyogre to go to PSA. That actually makes sense because Mustard's going to be a Japanese card and probably have a better chance for the perfect 10. And this is an old English XY card. And then the other one is Roller Skater, huh? So we'll send this one out the same way. Joe, I don't know what it is, but you've been really lucky on this channel. What's crazy, Joe, is you've gone real deep and you've managed to stay lucky. The way it works for most people, when you go deep, you break even. In a very short period of time, you can either get very lucky or very unlucky. People who open up a lot of packs over time, they tend to break even. Your good luck and your bad luck kind of even out. But you've mostly just stayed lucky. So, yeah, I don't know what the deal is, man. Jansen McNeil, let it ride. So Jansen says, 2 more wigged and a question. Do you think Pikachu is neutered? Oh, man. No, Pikachu's not neutered. He's making hot Pikachu sex with all the other Pikachus. All right, here we go. Pack number 1 is Bastiodon. And pack number 2 is Hatterene. How are you, mister? What did I miss? You missed all the Pokemons. All right, there we go. Hey, mister, have you seen my order for Rowley C? Ralph Dutcher. I don't see it, so I will check backwards. Oh, wait, is that it? I see a Raul Cardenas, and you left no message, so there's no message for me to read. And it looks like... Wait, you're not next, are you? So there's Joe. We just did Jansen. Oh, you're literally next, man. I didn't think you'd be next, so I didn't even look next to Jansen. So you're next, and you left no message, so I don't know how to service you. Okay, let me get this into Jansen's bag. Speaking of NBA, does anyone collect sports cards? Jason, Jeremy. Wait. Oh, right, you're in the overflow now because your bag's so large. 3 rounds of battle styles, mister. No bag. All right, sounds like you did based on the math. Sounds good. What do you think of that, kitty? 3 rounds of Battle Styles. The Knicks are a dumpster fire. What? How could you say that about my favorite team? Here goes. Are you ready? Again, this is for Mr. Raul. Is it Raul or Raul? I don't know how to pronounce it properly. NBA will sustain longer than NFL because of China. China likes basketball. I know North Korea likes basketball. It's pretty cool, huh? Something that you have all these disagreements with another country, but it turns out they mostly like the same things you like. Good food, sexy women, I assume, and playing. Everyone wants the same thing in the end. Tyranitar. And last but not least, Salazzle. Okay. Mister, picking up 2 V cards. Not bad, actually. Rib Kobe. Oh, man. I was hearing that a review of how the Kobe helicopter crashed was just that the pilot felt a lot of pressure to make sure that Kobe got where he wanted to go, despite the fact that the weather conditions were not that good. And apparently, what happened was the helicopter pilot had a problem occur where he believed the helicopter was going up, but it was actually going down. Apparently, that's something that can happen to you when you're flying a helicopter, is it can feel like you're ascending, but you're actually descending. And that's how the crash occurred. That's why I was hearing in the news. Or that's what they believe happened. So that's really sad. He was a really experienced pilot too, is what I heard. Ralph Dutcher. Ralph says, snipe the wigged packs. All right, Mr. Ralph. Pack number 1. Starmie. So these are going to be vintage. The pilot was drunk. They didn't say that. They didn't say he was drunk. All right, and then after that, we have Ralph who says 2 more wigged packs. Here you go, Ralph. Pack number 3. Dreadnought. Dreadnought Mudbray. And oh, this is pack number 3. So pack number 2, pack number 3, that's going to be 2 code cards. Oh, man. All these cold packs. It was extremely hazy out. Yeah, exactly. There was like a fog or something like that. Mr. Ralph, I'm sorry, man. No crazy pulls that time. Here we go. You got that telescopic sight still. Now we have Mr. Hector Hugas. Hey, mister, I almost love you as much as I love Misty. 5 rounds of Battle Styles. Is that good? Should I be creeped? Did he say 5 rounds? Yes, he did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Creepy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mr. Hector, are you ready? All right, nothing but hot cards. It wasn't the pilot's fault. It was the people who gave clearance. Yeah, well, I feel like the pilot, I was hearing that the pilot should have made a decision that it wasn't a good time to go flying, but the pilot apparently, he wanted to make sure that they made it to the next location because, you know, he's got this high-profile client. You got to prove that you're the best. You got to prove you can take him through the bad weather and still make it. So there's a lot of pressure on him to do well as a pilot. And he's an experienced pilot, you know, and he's like a friend of I was calling Kobe. But so they believe all those were contributing factors. He shouldn't have taken such a large risk, but he did anyways because he wanted to prove. Oh, here we go. What do we got? Cricketoon. Oh, man. Why has it got to be Cricketoon? The card looks cool at least, but I'm just not a Cricketoon fan. All right, we'll play some here. That's the secret rare in the box, apparently. There's Sandaconda. Supposedly, he took a wrong turn. Oh, did he? Here's a full art Tapu Smoopu. He says, oh, I don't have that one. Bruno Trainer. I don't remember that butterfly's name. Bronzong. And Crobat. Kitty, what do you think of all that? Kitty, you're tired, huh? She's just tired of all the crap. Kitty's had enough of it. She says, Newsom has to go. Kitty, you just want Newsom to end the lockdown so you can get back to kitty business? Notice me, mister. How's it going, man? Okay, Mr. Hector. Mister, how do I buy packs, or do I just yell out? You just go, ah! Loud noises. Can you explain how this works for first-time viewer? There's some, what I recommend is watching a little bit first. People are buying cards live, and they're doing it through PayPal. There's an instruction link. You need to click on that link, okay, to get started. So look for that in the description. Next up, we have Alex, PSX. Can you hear me now? I'm crying in the shower. 1 wick pack for Mr. Alex. Here you go, Alex. Zapdos. Mr. Alex picking up that beautiful Hollow Zapdos. He's in the cold shower. Cold shower? Is it warm shower? It's probably one of those warm, drizzly showers. I'm sorry, Alex. Does Kitty have a kitty boyfriend? I think she thinks I'm the kitty boyfriend. He says, I sniped. I did it. Mom, I sniped. After Alex, we have Jesse Salinas, who wants 3 Sun and Moon. Okay, so Jesse Salinas, you got to tell me what Sun and Moon. You mean base set? I think it means base set. So Jesse Salinas, I got 3 base set, 3 darkness. 3 darkness. 3 vivid voltage. Mr. Say Sneep. Jesse Salinas, belly rub or chest rub? All right, I'm rubbing it on my belly. Rub. All right, now the packs are crazy hot. They're on fire for Jesus. Sneep. Are you on fire for the Lord? Sneep. Mister, did you run out of Vivid yesterday? I did. And then a fresh case arrived today. Really good timing. Mister, I'm not giving up until I'm mod. You got the wrench. You already showed me. He showed me the wrench earlier. You're basically a mod. All right, what do we got? You want to open my Ancient Origins pack for my bag for the heck of it? Only if you don't want to say, oh, nice. Lima full art right off the bat. Beautiful. Pack number 2. Only if you don't want to save it. We got Marianne Muck. It's kind of cool. I think the Muck's neat. We've got Mew V. All right. When does the reset start? Wasn't that like a real thing? Let me look it up. So people were just using that term Great Reset kind of like flippantly or like conspiracy theory or however you would say that. Great Reset. But it was actually in the news. I think somebody of prominence was saying something about it. Hold on. Great Reset news. There was some kind of, I don't remember. World leaders pledge a great reset after the pandemic. What? How the Davos Agenda 2021 outlined a path for global cooperation. I don't know. There was some guy, he says something along the lines of, people won't own anything and they'll be happy or something like that. It was super creepy. We got Clink. We're going to have a great reset, everyone. Panseer. Creepy as hell, man. Whooper. It just makes you feel even, oh, picking up Nessa as well. Mister, this is a hot card. How much is Nessa 10 going for? I'm sure there's some Nessa 10s that have returned from express grading. Let's check it out. Nessa 10 going for $450. That's right. You just pulled a 450 trainer card. Now, if you take $100 off for grading, that's still $350. So if this card grades a 10, it's super valuable. People love that card. That was a great round. And a reverse holo Charizard. You are getting some hot pulls tonight, mister. That's very lucky. 450 Bradley dollars? Bradley? Mister, I'm not giving up until I'm mod. All right, we're making you mod. All you had to do was say that. You just have to say you have the warrior spirit and that you will give your life for the people of Japan. I will protect my people. I'm not giving up. You have to have courage. It was the World Economic Forum, which was economic heads of international banks and companies. I think you're right. I think that's what I was hearing. I heard it in the news. I heard it very briefly. Some creepy guy said something along the lines of, you won't have anything and you'll be happy anyways. And it was like, it was just a simple clip and it was really creepy. All right, who is this for? For me, right? That was all for, was that Jesse Salinas? Jesse Salinas, you're welcome for the belly rub. Belly rub for the win. Now you don't have to have the sad, lonely Pikachu in there. You got some really hot packs. Ah, man, it's always a struggle for power, isn't it? Always. Next up, we have Poke Kobe. What's up, man? 2 more wigs for the snipe, 1 more vivid. You got it, mister. So we got 1 more vivid and 2 more wig packs for the snipe. Pack number 1. Oh, Poke Kobe, you did get the snipe. Oh, look at that. It's Gym Heroes. So that is why sometimes the box is kind of cold, because it's a really expensive one. That puts you on spot number 24, Poke Kobe. Wow. There you are. You're in the box break, mister. And unfortunately, it takes a lot of cold packs to have 1 Gym Heroes, but that's how it is. All right, and pack number 2, some code cards. Now you're rich. You're Poke rich. Does it mean it took 16 packs to get to the Gym Heroes? No, it does not. Sounds like you were counting. That does not what it means. It's a little more sophisticated than that. If it was only 16 packs, then really I would be handing out the pack for like $320, wouldn't it? So where does the other $300, $400 come from? All right, so I'm gonna put this back here. Oh, and this one. Okay, so we got the Vivid as well. Here's the Vivid. It's wigged. What's up, fan? Fan, what happened in the Monster Hunter Rise trailer? I haven't seen it yet. I woke up. I was already late for my stream when I woke up. I woke up at like 2:20, and I'm supposed to go live at not 2:20. I'm at 12:20. I'm supposed to go live at 12, so I was already late. And then I was trapped in bed, and I finally got up and I got to it, but I haven't looked at any news at all related to the Nintendo stream. So let's get this into Poke Kobe's bag. Wow, congratulations, Poke Kobe. That was a really big one. Mister, I'm not giving up. He'll never give up. We got 2 new maps and more info on Rampage mode in the Tempered Monsters version of this game. Oh, cool. Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Jack Gray. 1 large custom snipe. I have a bag in the overflow. Here you go, Mr. Jack. Pulling a Zapdos. Snipe. Mr. Word on the street says that Joe Biden goes to bed at 7 p.m. and wakes up at 9 a.m. Damn. Joe Biden likes his sleepies. I mean, I wish I could run on that schedule. Sounds comfortable. Wish there were more hours in the day. Anyone else think Joe Biden looks like that Jeff Dunham puppet? Oh, the old man puppet. So let's find Jack's bag. He said he was in the overflow. I'm going to stand up to find it. Make this a little bit easier on myself. The problem is there's so many bags on the overflow at this point. Here we go. I found you, Jack. Whew. The orange man will be back. Just Google. What? I think if Donald Trump doesn't come back, I bet you his kids run. And he kind of gives his kids directions on how to run. So Gregory Morin says, one more McDonald's and a custom. You got it. Dude, Vaporeon. We did it. What a beautiful Vaporeon. Can you send Trump to Australia? Why are you guys wanting Trump in Australia? Trump. Our prime minister sucks. What do you guys not like about your prime minister in Australia? Mister, I said please. Snip. All right, here we go. He eats fish and chips. Oh, damn, dude. He's out, man. Score Bunny, nice. He got Facebook to ban all the news in Australia. Can't read or post news. Wow. What? Do you mean like news that he doesn't agree with? Is that what you mean? What's the obsession with wanting to be a mod? Well, you know, mods get special mod powers. All right, Gregory, let me grab your bag. Picking up Score Bunny. I don't think you had that one. Thoughts on coffee? Coffee's great. I just prefer energy drinks a little more. Mister, I think Trump might run for a House seat in 2022 just to stick it to these sick liberals before he's president again. Oh, what? Oh, my God, dude. Edwin Acosta. Next up, Edwin says 5 rounds of battle styles. Who knows? I'm not going to speculate. Who knows? I don't think he's done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It could actually be a very bad thing for the Republican Party in the end. It could divide the party because he's definitely set himself out as a very controversial figure within the Republican Party. Like, I think there's probably a large number of Republicans who feel very uncomfortable associating themselves with him after he wouldn't accept the election results. And so I think there's some Republicans who feel that the party would be better off moving away from him. And I think that if he were to quietly step out of politics and just work in the background, that might be a safer move for him and the actual Republican Party. But I don't know what he'll do. All right, here goes. I wonder what kind of laws the Democrats will actually pass. They got a supermajority. They're definitely going to do something big. Last time they got Obamacare passed when they had a supermajority. All right, there we go. Woo! Mister, are you a Trumper? Trump! I would call myself a conservative and somebody who likes low taxes. And so I'm not a big fan of socializing things. I don't agree with socializing education. I think that's a terrible idea. I think that's one of the things that keeps European countries poor, actually. I don't necessarily agree with socializing medicine. However, we have to do something about healthcare so that it's affordable. So think of it like this. If healthcare was as cheap as shopping at McDonald's, no one would care about socializing it. So I see the problem with healthcare is that it's way overpriced. My mother-in-law had cancer. She had stage 4 lymphoma. And she got to go to India to get it treated. And it was actually affordable in India. Whereas one test here in America cost her $14,000. So it's totally broken. Totally broken. The healthcare in America is a joke. But I don't necessarily agree socializing it will fix it. Also, my opinion on healthcare is that Americans have a long way to go with just making healthier choices. So in a way, if you were to socialize healthcare, you're really just subsidizing people's bad, unhealthy lifestyles. And I don't really think that's fair, especially to people who make better choices. You know what I mean? It doesn't really incentivize you to make better choices either. You're like, I'll be able to go to the doctor no matter what. So I'm not actually a big fan of either socialized education. I'm a huge fan of cheap and affordable healthcare, but I'm not necessarily a fan of socialized healthcare. I'm not against it entirely either. I actually think that socialized healthcare would make a lot of sense for young people. So if you told me you wanted to socialize it for the elderly, I would say no, because it's too much, too expensive. And if you wanted to socialize it for young people, I'd say, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. They're too young to afford it. So when you're older, you're supposed to have saved up and be able to afford it. You're supposed to make good purchasing choices with your money. And I'm not somebody who believes that the country can go into infinite debt. I feel like you actually have to have a balanced budget. You can't just print money indefinitely and not have it hurt you later in life. So those are some of my opinions. You can disagree with me. I respect your opinions. I hope you'll respect mine. I think one of the big advantages to living in America is having low taxes. This lets you keep more of your own money, which is a good thing. Keeping more of your own wages that you earned, that's a good thing. Having mommy and daddy government take a bunch of that money away to pay for stuff you can already buy yourself, I don't like that. I like the freedom to buy stuff that I choose. So in the future, like education, if they don't socialize it, I'm probably going to tell my kids not to go. I'm going to tell them, come over here with me and we'll work on starting your business. So that's what I would do with my kids. But if they socialize college, I'm going to have to pay it either way. So it's just a bad system. Or if they improve the quality of college, like if it's worth the money, then I'll send them off. But right now it's overpriced, so I wouldn't send them. I'd tell them anything you want to know, you're going to learn it by reading the book. You're going to stay home and you're going to read the book. So, low taxes gives you that freedom to make those kind of choices and to get ahead because you made good choices. You're supposed to be able to get ahead. But once you're in the same bucket, the same sad, poor bucket as everyone else, you'll never get ahead. You'll always be in the same bucket with everyone else. That's my opinion. You won't get ahead. In a system where the taxes are high, the people who control the taxes and the people who already control the large businesses will stay far, far ahead of you. You'll have no way of catching up. So that's my opinion. Low taxes, very, 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 very important. And so I'm not a big fan of many of the ideas that are proposed by the left. And that's my biggest issue. Biggest issue, number one, is taxation. Victor Londa. Hey, TCC, just one controversial wig pact for Mr. Victor. You got it, Victor. Nothing wrong with keeping more of your own wages. Here's Magby. All right. Magby for Mr. Victor Londa. Mr. for President. Obamacare individual mandate was a disgrace. Yeah, was it found unconstitutional? I can't remember. Or like the Supreme Court strike it down? I don't actually remember. If you make minimum wage, then that's your problem for not having a diploma, being a skilled worker. Stop blaming the government for your own stupidity. Well, here's the problem. A lot of those minimum wage jobs are too easy. You're doing something like checking people out in a grocery store, or you're running a cash register, or maybe you're assembling food in a fast food restaurant. I totally understand that people want to make lots of money. I do too. I love making money is awesome. Everyone should get a chance to make lots of money. I just don't know how a company justifies paying you very much for something that is not that valuable. If a 10-year-old kid could do it, why should it pay the price of a home? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. And the companies know this. Part of the reason they get away with the low wages is because they replace you in a heartbeat. Any person can operate a cash register. Only somebody really mentally slow can't operate a cash register. And even then, if they get enough practice, they can. It's not a skilled job. Kind of like picking up boxes from point A to point B. It's never going to pay a lot. Actually, the irony is it does pay pretty well to be able to pick up heavy boxes because there's a lot of people who don't have the muscle for that. So if you do get a box lifting job, like a UPS man who drives the truck and everything, they actually get a pretty good wage. But yeah, some of the easiest jobs are the ones that don't make enough to pay for like a nice home. And I totally get that people want to make more money, but you're going to have to find some kind of way to produce more, and that's what generates profits. That's what generates income. And we can make an argument, well, we need to tax the companies more, and then we'll use the taxes to help the poor. Fine. The taxes should remain competitive with other countries at least. But the number one thing is you have to find a way to become more productive. I don't know I feel like people who are stuck with those jobs, the minimum wage jobs, they don't think that way. And that's exactly why they're stuck. They're stuck because they just don't think that way. The first step is to open your mind about that kind of stuff. Achilles, let's open your pack. You ready, Achilles? The very first step is to open your mind and realize that's how it's working. But if they were open-minded, maybe they wouldn't be working a minimum wage job. And the people who work minimum wage, at least they have a job. There's so many people who don't even work. They literally just take. They only take. They don't work, and you're going to give them your money. And if it's enough money that they are living comfortably, I promise you they are not going to change their behavior. They won't try to get a job ever. All right, here we go. Relicanth. You got hollow Relicanth. Oh, man. So tempting to open these packs. All right, mister, let me put this in your bag. First step is to open your third eye. That's right. Same people that are stuck don't have the confidence or know how to, like a YouTube channel or business. Mister, if AOC can get Biden to cancel 50,000 student debt, I'm going to go to your Pokemon school and buy 50K worth of Shining Fates and then write it off as I become Pokemon's master. You have a Pokemon master? That sounds good, man. All right, let's keep moving. Next up, we have Mr. Haunted. Excuse me. He says he would like one cosmic. All right, one cosmic. I just wanted to let you know that your shipment reached this far to India, although it took more than a month, but absolutely delighted to have received my cards. This has worked out, and I'll get shipment sent by you. Thank you. Woohoo! All right. That's the first time I've shipped Pokemon cards to India. That's really cool, man. Well, thanks for working with me on that, and let's see what you got out of this next booster pack. There we go. Oops. There we go. Sneasel. All right, just a Sneasel on this pack. James says, why do Americans hate helping out the community? So generous with friends and family and to an individual, yet so selfish when it comes to the wider community and social responsibilities. I don't necessarily think that it is unselfish to take care of your own family, because it works kind of like this. Let's say your grandma's sick. She's got cancer, or your mom's got cancer, and you reach into your own pocket and you pay for your mom. Well, the reason that's not selfish is because now your neighbor doesn't have to pay for your mom. So by simply being responsible for your own family, if everyone did this, you wouldn't need socialism anymore. The only time you need socialism is when you got too many poor people in a group and then they start demanding stuff. So in a group full of very wealthy people, nobody asks for socialism. Socialism occurs when there's enough people who don't have enough money to really meet their needs. And they start to say something along the lines of, you know what would be a convenient solution is if we just took money from another group and gave it to our group. And it's like, I totally get why that's such a great idea, but I don't think in the long run it really works that well, because everyone wises up to it. They go, oh, you're just taking from us and there's a better deal over here. I'm out of here. Kind of think of the United States cities. Think of the inner cities in the United States. Where are all the wealthy people? Well, they left. They're like, I'm out of here. That's kind of how it works. People vote with their feet. They vote with their feet. Logan Paul is saying he's going to move to Puerto Rico. He's in California right now, and he's saying, I'm moving all the way to Puerto Rico. He's voting, but with his feet. That's how people vote. They say, I'm out of here. This place doesn't treat me right. Christian Styles, he says, first-time buyer, one wigged, one McDonald's pack. My shipping info? All right. Sounds good, mister. Logan Paul not going anywhere. Well, you could be right. Maybe he's just talking. Maybe he's thinking about it. But, you know, if he ever does make the move, there's a lot of people who have made a move. You could be right, though. Sometimes, you know, you get too comfortable. You're like, all right, I stay. Diglett and Doug Trio. Nice. These are old Topps vintage cards. Definitely gradable, by the way. So, yeah, it's an interesting problem. A lot of people don't talk about why we've gotten so poor, But, you know, things have gone up in price by so much money. They've all really inflated in price, and wages have not kept up with that. And a lot of people say, well, then just fix the wages, just make the wages higher. Well, why don't we talk about why things got so expensive as well? Because that's the other part of the equation. Why did things get so expensive? It's because you just keep printing money and keep saying, hey, we can just go into infinite debt. We can just go into infinite debt, no problem, easy peasy. Doesn't really make sense. It's like having your daughter run the government with a credit card, and she just keeps using it. She's like, yeah, I just put as much credit card debt as I want, I guess. Eventually, the people who are allowing her to buy things with that credit card, they wise up and they go, no, we're not going to let you buy things anymore. Or if you do buy things, it's going to be a lot more money. Because it's too much risk to have somebody with that much debt buying your stuff. Or loaning money to somebody with that much debt. They're like, this is going to keep working, right? And America, you know, America's got really large military, a fairly affluent society, if you're talking about certain parts of the society. And so they go, well, this is pretty secure. It's America, right? We're all tied down to America. And that's part of that's a terrible belief system, to believe just because it's America, nothing could ever go wrong. America could never fail. It's like, that's the sort of belief you would hold on to right before it fails. Everything can actually go wrong. America can have too much debt. Of course it can. Christian Styles, did he say I have a new bag? First time buyer. Let me get him a new bag. Anyways, I feel like I could talk about this stuff all day because it's very interesting to me. I really enjoy talking about how to help people. I like talking about, I guess, economics, which makes a little bit of sense. That's why I put it in my name. Christian Styles, right? Mr. Christian Styles with the cute Lytton. Very enjoyable topic, lots of fun. Being able to predict what's going to happen next, that's a lot of fun. Johnny Ceruzzi, making bets. Johnny Ceruzzi, what do you got? Johnny has holographic Florges. What? That's not another Gym Heroes booster pack. What the? Here you go, Johnny. I've definitely had my opinion changed on things multiple times. It's always about learning and spreading ideas, you know what I mean? So that's really important. You have to be open-minded. It's hard to be open-minded these days. Really, it is. It's hard to be open-minded. The fact that it's so hard to be open-minded might actually be a testament to how influential content creators really are. And by content creators, I include politicians, the media, and then guys like me, just little guys on YouTube. They've really got you by your beliefs. That's what brainwashing is all about, by the way, guys. You are properly brainwashed when you have a belief that you're incapable of questioning. That's called brainwashing. You've been properly brainwashed. And people in power, religious people, parents, it's always an authority figure, by the way, news, anyone, people in power, when they can implant a belief into you and get you to indefinitely hold on to it, that's when they really got you, you know what I mean? Obviously, not everyone can be right, but the country is perfectly split, so one side's terribly wrong, you know? You really have to, at least logically, one side's terribly wrong. So you have to be flexible in your ability to question your own beliefs and realize, all right, I hear someone talking in my ear telling me how to feel, how to believe things. You got to be able to look at that and examine it and be like, maybe this is all terribly wrong. What would it look like if I was wrong? You know what I mean? And that's really, it's tough to do that. It takes some mental, you have some mental flexibility to do that. Jonas Rosado is next. He says, I have a book box and 2 bags. I know you got a ton of cards. He says, just curious, I looked at the CGC submitted list and I didn't see my full art Japanese Tag Team All-Stars Belba and Bryson Man trainer card on the list. I asked for it to be submitted a few videos ago. If you want, I can message you on Discord with further details. All right, so that sounds like an issue. Let me go ahead and look into here. So it's all done by hand. It's possible it did get submitted and I simply didn't write it down. But what I'm going to do real fast, I'm going to actually look for Bryson Man Belba in this box right now. If he shows up in this box, we know his location. If he's not in the box, then what we'll do is we'll check your bag next. There it is. So, Jonas Rosado, I have it under P. It says P1 Jonas Rosado. Was that not correct? That's PSA 1. So that would be why it's not submitted, because it needs to go out in the PSA submission. Let me go ahead and toss this back here. So the good news is that your card is not lost. We know where it's at. It's right here, and it can be sent off correctly. But it looks like I was supposed to send this out with PSA, but you're saying that it's supposed to be sent out with CGC. Was that what we talked about? Did this need to be changed? Is that what the deal is? I'll hold this out in the front. I don't know if Jonas is still here. He might have fallen asleep, or he might be stepped away. Okay, cool. I'm about the Musk coin. Oh my God, if they release an Elon Musk coin, it will explode. Should be CGC, mister. Sorry for the confusion. Okay, no problem. We'll just adjust this to say CGC. And we'll say 1 plus. We'll say the plus means subgrades. All right, you're good to go. I'll put you back in there, no problem. It might have been my mistake. I don't actually remember exactly what happened. But the good news is we know where your card is. It is not lost. Travis Norris says, oh, wait. We got the rest of your order to fulfill. So, 2 large custom booster packs, 1 Hidden Fates. Hidden Fates, we haven't seen Hidden Fates in a while. Do we have any Hidden Fates? I think we're getting a fresh Hidden Fates out. Hidden Fates definitely slowed down finally. Hit that point where people said, that's a little expensive. Ouch. Kitty's like, what are you doing? Boop. Okay, so we got your Hidden Fates. Shining Legends as well. Wow, big roller, man. Here's Shining Legends. And 5 Fates Collide. Holy moly. Where are my Fates Collide? I don't even remember where I put them, because they don't get ordered that often. Oh, here they are. They're right here, actually. They're very close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fates Collide, Hidden Fates, Shining Legends. What a treat. Most people are just opening Vivid right now. So, you also wanted 2 large custom. Let's see what happens, mister. Pack number 1, we got in DDV. And pack number 2, oh, your lucky day. PSA 9, number 11. Your lucky day. That's going to be Eevee. All right, that's a nice $200 card, basically. Awesome. We'll start by writing your name on the back. Jonas Rosada. That was a big snipe, man. All right, put this to the side. Some pricey stuff inside of that box, man. The Lucario was a $200 card. The Eevee was a $200 card. The Gym Heroes pack was a $700 booster. Yeah, that's a pricey box of wig packs, huh? Is that 10? No, it's a 9. Yeah, it's a 9. If it was a 10, it'd probably cost, I don't even know, maybe like 50 to 100,000. Trump had the highest unemployment rate. Blames the pandemic when it's convenient, deny its existence when it's not. You guys having a little political battle in here? What do we got? Oh my God, Jonas. What the frick, man? You pick up the Eevee, then you pick up a Shining Rayquaza like you're not even trying. Holy. How about this Hidden Fates? Let's see what we get here. Jesus Christ, man. Now it doesn't even really matter what you get in the rest of the packs. I mean, you're basically set. It's all paid for. I mean, it was all paid for the moment you pull that Eevee. Get all your money back just from that one card. This is just extra. You ready? Here goes. We got Snivy. Looks like we've got Bronzong Break. Come on, guys. You know these break cards are going to go up in price. They probably already have. We got Shuckle. Oh my gosh, you got Shuckle and Mew. Mew's actually quite valuable from this set. The Mew is a very gradable card from XY Fates Collide, if you guys didn't know that. I think PSA 10 Mew went for $200 last time we checked. We got Larvitar. Got the Tuh. That was weird. And, oh, that was all the Fates Collide. Okay, so just the break card from Fates. How about Hidden Fates? Oh my god, what do we have? Oh, okay, I thought for a second it could have been Charizard. You got Darkrai, Wigglytuff from the Hidden Fates. Jonas, you're gonna have to slip me another $5 under the table, because that was like too hot or something. I don't know what the deal is. Oh, man. Jeez Louise. If only he was that way all the time. Be careful, guys. It's not... He probably rile you up seeing that big pull, but that is not common. I mean, it has to happen eventually, but you can go pretty deep and never hit that Shining Rayquaza. I don't know what the deal is. No wonder the Shining Legends is so expensive these days. It's such a great set. Okay, Jonas. So you got 2 bags. I imagine your second bag is actually over here in a regular box, so that I have access to a fast bag or whatever. John, Johnny, Jose, Joseph, Jose, John, Giovanni. Yes, it's always good to take a step back and question who gave you your beliefs and to realize the ability to change people really is just about your ability to give them your beliefs, right? So, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, sometimes people give really good advice, but you have to make sure that it's really advice you didn't just hear once and go, yeah, that's how it goes. You need to test your beliefs. Very important. I find that has taken me far in life, being able to do that. Huh, Jonas, where's the other bag then? Excuse me. Mr. Jonas. What's this? Joshua. Jeremy. Here we are. I believe this is the second bag. You were in the overflow again. How do you have so many cards, man? You open a lot of cards. Jonas, if you don't have the PokeRich roll in the Discord, you need it, okay? So contact me about that. So Travis says, 1 more wig pack. You got it, Travis. Oh, Travis, you're off by 1. You're going to pick up the Alolan Marowak Holo, which is still really cool. Sorry about that, Travis. So close. I think it's about time for me to take a little tinkle break. Here we are, Travis Norris. Boop. When do you think BTC will hit 100K? I don't know. Do I think it will? Yeah, I think it will. That's the thing. That's what I was talking about. You know, just like every other critic of Bitcoin, it is really just a thing that only exists through the faith of people. People just believe it'll go up, and so it goes up. It doesn't pay dividends. I don't think it's immune to government regulation at all. It's pretty much the opposite. Governments can mess it up in a heartbeat, especially right now with the supermajority. Yeah, so there's a lot of reasons why I'm critical of Bitcoin, and yet, do I believe people will buy it up to 100K? Pretty much I do. Yeah, I think that it will probably double in price. The question is, will it double in price faster than my Pokemons? I'm doing pretty good on my Pokemons. Pokemon cards have exploded, man. So the funny thing is, even if I believe Bitcoin was going to like double in price in the next year, I would probably still just buy my Pokemon cards because I've seen them go up faster than that. Now, I think that Bitcoin was going up much faster than just doubling in price over time. I don't know if it'll go up in price as fast as it has from the past. So you're not going to get as rich as the guys who first got in. That's the thing. I don't think you ever will. It'll never happen again. But he'll probably slowly move up, and he'll double, maybe he'll triple, maybe he'll quadruple. But in a year, I'm not 100% sure if it would move that fast. It's possible. I've seen so much. Anything's possible. I've seen a lot. Anything's possible. That's the thing about investing your money is all based on prediction, and everyone's just trying to predict the best stuff. Like you got all these guys buying like gold too, and honestly, gold has not gone up in value that much. You know, they're all like, "Oh, the monetary system's going to collapse. Buy gold," and it's like, yeah, maybe it will, but it just keeps holding on for now. So it hasn't collapsed yet. And then when it does collapse, I don't know how much money they'll even make. Like, will it compare to if you had just had all that money that you have in gold, if you had just bought like nothing but Apple stock over the last 8 years, and then, you know, all those stocks went up in price so much. Well, if you really think now's the time it's going to collapse, you could have sold off all those stocks and then bought gold. So it's a funny thing. Everyone's trying to make their best prediction about the market, and they're trying to get rich. We're all trying to get greedy rich, like, ooh, drooling and salivating. You know what I mean? Oh, I can't wait to get rich. But really, I'm just going to keep buying Pokemon cards because I actually like Pokemon cards. And believe it or not, I like gold and silver too. I love the way they look. And Bitcoin's cool. So I have a little bit of Bitcoin that I bought a little while ago that first time. The first time I had like that argument with those guys, when was that? I don't remember. It was before Elon Musk bought Bitcoin. I bought like $300 of Bitcoin. So I have a little bit of Bitcoin right now. I don't think I'll buy a lot of it, to be honest. But it's fun to watch it. It's fun to talk about. Let's see who's next. We just finished Mr. Travis. Where are all the Dogecoin investors? I know, I want to get rich on Dogecoin. Show me precedent that it moves slow and I will believe you. What, Bitcoin? Well, the question is, will Bitcoin go up as fast as it has in the past? I'm not saying that it did. I'm not saying it moved slowly in the past. It moved fast. But I'm saying now that it's at 50K, how fast will it reach 100K? And so that's what the person was asking. And it's a very important question because the rate of change is what you want to pay attention to when you're putting your money into something. The goal is to put your money into the thing that's changing the fastest. All right, let's see. After Travis Norris, we have Mr. Michael Heekman. What's up, Michael? He wants 2 customs and 3 darkness, no bag. All right. 1, 2, 3. Ah, you pick up the Ancient Origins pack and NDDV from your custom boosters. Sweet. Now we're going to leave this sealed for you. You can open it if you want, but if you leave it sealed, it'll just go up in price. You can even grade it. West the Gym Heroes box breakout. We have 11 packs left, I believe. I believe BTC will reach 100K in 2021. Buy packs, but Thompson, stop talking BTC. We got Meltan. Well, I'm talking BTC, so it's fine. He can talk about whatever he wants. We've got Larvesta. I think that, what do we have here? Cabu. I think that Bitcoin will reach a point where the maximum number of people who will ever buy Bitcoin will have already bought in. Okay, that's the peak. Obviously, I really don't believe we've reached that point. But you will have a point in the future where as many people, because people are finite, okay? So people are finite and the amount of money they have is finite. They'll earn only so much money over their lifetime. So you'll reach sort of this critical point where there's not enough new people to buy Bitcoin to make it move fast anymore. And once this slows down enough and for long enough, people who are good with money will pull their money out because they have to. They have to go put it into something else that's moving fast, or else they're wasting their money. So that's probably what I think the future of Bitcoin will be like. And I think there's a lot of people who have not adopted Bitcoin yet. And so that's why I think that it still has a lot of potential to make a lot of money. BTC will collapse as soon as the global currency becomes law in all countries. Okay, but we don't know if that'll ever happen. All right, that was for Mr. Michael Heekman. Michael, he said, new bag. Right, like that's how a Ponzi scheme works. In a Ponzi scheme, you need a new layer of investors beneath the previous layer, And it has to be large enough that you can skim some of the money you make from the new investors to give to the older investors. But as the pyramid gets larger and larger, it's hard to do that. And when the people at the top start to cash out, suddenly you run out of cash very quickly. And then the main problem comes from the fact that there is a finite number of people in the world to buy into something. There's a finite number of people who can buy Bitcoin. So as soon as Bitcoin stops growing, and it has to at some point, but I don't think it's close to done growing. But when it stops growing at some point, if you're smart with your money, you'll just pull your money out right away, because that's going to be the point that people are worried about whether or not Bitcoin can actually make the money anymore. They're going to be like, all right, now I'm going to go buy Apple stock with all these millions of dollars of Bitcoins I have. You know what I mean? Ryan Payne. 2 McDonald's promos for Mr. Ryan. All right. But again, do I think we're actually there? I don't think we're there. And I don't know, maybe we won't get there for a long time. What if we actually have bigger issues, like people actually, the internet changing because of quantum computing, right? So let's say quantum computing actually comes out before Bitcoin can peak. Well, that would be its own problem. So there's multiple main problems, but it'll be fun to watch. Somebody out there will make tons of money on Bitcoin. They already have. All right, Mr. Ryan, let's see what you get. Come on, peeps at you. I'm buying Dinkle coin, that's right. John Kerry has a very sturdy chin. He does. He has a huge chin, man. Mr. I zonked out. Did you live ship me? I'm Jansen McNeil. I've not live shipped you. Oh, I see it. You're 2 away. So you're going to get your live shipping soon. I want Elon Musk coin. We got Torchic. I work in cryptography, a lot of misinformation, says Butt Thompson. Well, I also took a class on, not on cryptography, but I had to learn about encryption for part of my education in computer science. If you work literally in encryption, you probably know more than me, but my understanding of encryption is that it only works because it takes so long to compute the actual math equations that make encryption work. And so we have limited computer power, and honestly, a lot of things are hackable if you get enough power behind the desire to hack that one thing. And so if you were targeted by a pretty large group of hackers, they're going to break in no matter what. But they're not going to break into something like Coinbase very easily, because Coinbase spends a lot of money getting very good encryption for their particular website. But quantum computing is going to allow us to solve equations in a what do they call that? Exponential way. We'll go from bits to exponential computations, and that's a really big change in the way that computers process stuff. So I don't know what that will look like. I know that pretty much all the countries are working on it, all the big ones, right? All the countries are working on quantum computing, are they not? And I don't know how it'll interact with the internet, if they ever have it interacting with the internet in a good way, in an effective way. Ryan Payne, I have a small bag. Maybe you know some stuff we don't, and you can enlighten us. Ryan Payne says he has a small bag. Let's find you, Ryan. Maybe you're over here. I've heard there's already mathematicians trying to figure out how to deal with it. Yeah, so Butt Thompson says, that's assuming cryptography will not improve. Right, that is an assumption that it won't improve. But it's also an assumption that a computer working on an exponential processing can't just overcome most, if not all, math problems, right? So that's a big deal, and we won't know that until it's, maybe they already know. Maybe somebody out there has a working quantum computer, and they're already messing with this stuff. So it's an unknown, and it's a big unknown, you know what I mean? It's not just big, it's scary. It's a big deal. And to put, let's say, all of your wealth into something like Bitcoin, where if the wealth is if Coinbase or something like that is actually hacked properly, and the money can be taken out, I mean, you're not getting that money back, because that's the thing. Nobody really controls Bitcoin. So those websites that allow you to trade, or apps that allow you to trade Bitcoin, are a big security weakness for your wealth. You know what I mean? It's not backed up by anything. If your money gets stolen, it's not going to be replaced by the federal government reserve or anything. They're just going to say, oh, that sucks. Kind of like having your gold stolen, by the way. So your gold can be stolen from you, so that's also a risk. One of those things. Here we go, Torchic and Squirtle. That's why you save your Bitcoin in a separate wallet. I see what you're saying. Okay, next up we have Mr. Gabriel. Hey, Mr. Newbag, can you use my name and address to avoid confusion? Can you use my name and address to avoid confusion? Sure. He says, 1 McDonald's, 1 General Mills. I need a pee-pee chew. Let's go get you a pee-pee chew. I'll be right back. I gotta grab more McDonald's stuff. Never thought I'd say that. Let me grab some more McDonald's Happy Meals. Okay. Well, I tell you what. I'm going to go use the restrooms real fast. It's been 3 hours, so I'm going to go use the restrooms real fast. And then I shall return. Kitty, what do you think of that? I heard Kitty has all her money in Bitcoin. Kitty, you didn't even buy any Dogecoin? Oh, you just don't like dogs? Freaking kitties, man. All right, time to keep going. Mr. Gabriel. Here goes. Woo. Sneep. Who can prove that Tesla has bought 1.5 B in Bitcoin? Good question. Come on, Pikachu. Oh, you got it. It's the Pikachu. Looks nice, man. All right, very good. Who was that for? Mr. Gabriel. Can you check my bag? I want cards, but can't afford any. Was wondering if I could trade you. I would be in the overflow. Let me think. Would I trade cards right now? I think your cards are right here. Kara. We got Bo, Colossal, bunch of V's, Hollows, Celebi, Pikachu, Swablu, Obstagoon. Mimikyu, Dark Magician's pretty good. Oh, okay, there you go, mister. I don't know what kind of trade you're proposing. Just be careful because you will get more value out of your cards actually grading them, okay? Because I can't offer you very much. All right, there we go. One Pikachu, and let's open up your other bag. Mr. Gabriel. Doot. Mister, what's good? Trade my bag for 1 pack of Yugi. That's right. What? You can put my cards on a custom booster pack. What? Oops. And it is Pikachu with just the Pikachu. I'm sorry, mister. Doot. Wow, you got both the Pikachus just like that. Pretty easy, huh? That was for Mr. Gabriel. Now, Gabriel says, put my my number on the bag to avoid confusion. All right. And are you saying that because there's 2 Gabriels right now? You worried there'll be 2 Gabriels, maybe? New bag. Oh, he says new bag. Okay, here we go. I'm going to release Pokecoins, man. Dude, I heard there was like a BitTorrent coin that came out. BitTorrent cryptocurrency. It's crypto. And that one shot up in value. Okay, so what we will actually do, we will actually put something else. Let's go ahead and put something that won't change as much. We're going to put 93. There we go. There you go, mister. New bag. New bag. Who dis? After Mr. Gabriel, we have Jansen. I think Jansen wants some live shipping. He says, I have 2 PSA slabs. You got it, Jansen. Jansen McNeil. Reminds me of Ally McBeal. He says, my address is correct. Let's go make you a label. Boop. And I'll grab your email as well. And let me think about it. How heavy is your stuff? Pretty heavy. Did I get a donation and didn't see it? The donation says, hey, mister, can you put my Fennekin I pulled earlier in Space Knight's bag? Oh, you think I'm just here to give you trades, huh? You think I'm just here to give you trades? Oh, I'll just do trades all day. I'm just messing with you. Thanks for the tip, man. Talk about a stock market crash for about a week now. Who, me? Or somebody else? All right, let's get those PSA slabs. It's gonna crash any minute now. The sky is falling. I'm definitely very skeptical right now. Jason. I feel very uncomfortable. Jonas. Jansen. All right, Jansen, I got both of your cards. Jansen had Guzzlord and Melodic. Sweet. Oops, looks like I got open this sandwich baggie. It's gonna crash any minute. Well, it makes me nervous because it's like, if the market crashed, I think it would affect me a lot. Because we open up cards, and I don't want to see people, you know, unable to open up cards anymore, I guess, is the point. I don't want to see my cards go down in value either, just because of market crash. I don't actually know what happens to cards in a market crash. The last big market crash was in 2008. And so if the market crashes again in 2021 or 22 or whatever, what will it look like? How will it affect the value of the cards? Will it affect them at all? So it's kind of it's a very important topic for me. It's something I'm thinking a lot about. All right, give me a moment. I'm gonna grab some padding, empty booster pack padding. I know you guys like the empty booster pack padding. Don't lie to me. It's your favorite part. All right, I'm gonna be using some tape. Turn your TVs down now. It's pretty good. There we go. You're all shipped, mister. Jensen McNeil. Have you seen the McDonald's Hollow Pikachu bin on eBay? $635. Oh my God, dude. Let's see what's next. We have Raul again. What's up, Raul? He says, hey, mister, I would like one custom, one round of battle, one darkness. Please, I have a bag. Wow, it feels like I'm not catching up tonight. It's a busy night. All right, we got a darkness. He also wants one round of the battle styles. Woo. And one custom. Okay. I'll run out of custom packs tonight. People say Americans don't use the metric system, but I got a 9mm. There we go. Very soon they will be worth more because they will be impossible to find. Maybe. I feel like there were actually a lot of them printed, so I don't think they will be that rare. Can you imagine being the dude buying that Pikachu, then a week later seeing them sell for like $5? Well, I feel like that's probably what's going to happen. And I would say it's not going to be 5 weeks later. It's going to be several months later. Boop. All right, what do we got? Cold. Cold. And So Hot is Beartick and Galissapod. Sorry, Mr. Raul. Just some hollows. Nothing too crazy this time. We're past the 3-hour mark, I know. You opened 60 packs and only got 3 Pikachus. Wow. Okay. So Raul, he's in this bag over here. I'm definitely a girl, just saying. Do you think there will be a collector market for playing cards like there is for Pokemon? For playing cards? What, you mean like King, Queens, Jacks? Is that what you're talking about? No idea what you mean. Giovanni Bonaire, what's up, Giovanni? He says 2 McDonald's, 2 Yu-Gi's, $2 live shipping. I have a bag. Sounds good. All right, we got 2 McDonald's. Pikachu's so cute. One, 2. You also want 2 Yu-Gi's, which we have. Save the bag. I have another order. Oh, thank you. Thank you for warning me. All right. Second order, huh? Let's grab Blue Eyes White Dragon right now. Yu-Gi-Oh! Forever! There already is a market for playing card collectors, but it's very specific and the community is small. You know what I've been thinking about dabbling in a little bit? Maybe rare graded coins. I'm not talking about like, check it out, House Dragon Maid and Forbidden Chalice. I'm not talking about like, oh, I'm going to stack up a bunch of gold and silver to beat the market or anything. I mean like collectible coins, you know, cool things you show off. So I've been thinking about getting cool looking coins. We've got Chaos Dragon, Levianeer, and Cosmo Town in the second pack. No Blue Eyes White Dragon still. He eludes us. He continues to elude us. There we go. How about graded Beanie Babies? Wouldn't it be wild if in 2021 Beanie Babies made a comeback? I mean, there must be a little bit of a meme nostalgia for them at least, right? But yeah, you know, graded coins, I like how small they are, how easy they are to move around, and I definitely like the idea of maybe dabbling with graded coins. I always have. That's why I got a graded coin. Back when I was starting Pokemon, I always liked coins. They're fun to hold. They're fun to look at. Do cards ever get graded 11? Yeah, kind of. You might consider the Perfect 10 from CGC in 11 or the Black Label from BGS in 11. Can you add acrylic cases for booster packs or top loaders to your market? I might actually be able to do that. Yeah, I might actually be able to do that if I can find somebody to provide those to me. There you go, mister. Very good. And you said you had another order, huh? So let me try and find your current bag. Here we go. Mr. Giovanni's been opening a lot of the Yugis, proving that the Yugis are hard to pull the Blue Eyes White Dragon from. But let me pull my graded coin out. I show this off every now and then. Such a cool thing. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. So here's a graded Silver Eagle coin from 2020. It's really, you know, you shouldn't grade modern coins, but I just wanted one just to have one. And it was my first coin that I bought was this one. So I thought it would be fun. And that cost me, it wasn't that expensive, but it was actually, if you consider the real cost of silver back then, it was way over that price. So this is a graded silver coin. And I just like to look at it, and that's it. Hey, mister, you pulled enough Mickey D's cards. Do they look like potential 10s? Oh, I haven't been looking. I haven't been grading them really, but they look pack fresh, I guess. I would have to look over them more carefully to actually know. Next up, we have Mr. Pokey Kobe. He says, thanks for the Gym Heroes, Mr. 5 Vivid. Let's get the Rayquaza and Pink Pikachu from the Vivid. Damn, dude. I mean, if you really got that, that would be a crazy freaking night for you. Here we go. 5 packs for Mr. Pokey Kobe. Thanks for your patience, by the way. It's a long night, huh? Let's see what you get. Snip. Can't remember. Did a Hyper Rare already come out of the box? I don't think it did. I think an Ultra Rare came out of the box, actually. Would you grade that Pikachu that you pulled? Somebody pulled a Pikachu. Was it Gabriel? Yeah. And he can do a pre-grade if he wants me to give my judgment on it, or he can just pay me to send it out, and I'll give my opinion at that point. Here's Pick-a-Peck. We've got Go Goat. Right now, we got a long line of people who want to open their cards up, so I'm going to focus on the line. Oh, Hyper Rare Celebi. Not a bad pull, man. Celebi is definitely one of the strongest Amazing Rares. Celebi and Rayquaza. Really like both of those. We've got Galvantula, Snorlax Hollow. That's pretty cool. One more chance. What do we got? Looks like just a Voltorb. All right. Sit up straight here. My back's starting to get tired. There we go. But yeah, there's actual older coins from like the 1920s and, you know, like 100 years ago. And I was thinking about maybe collecting a few coins just for fun, just to look at them and kind of show them off to you guys. Hey, mister. Oops, hold on. Hey, mister, it makes me happy the success you've had these past couple of months on your channel and how humble you've been. I'm going to lay down and watch on mobile. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, we've been at it for a while. I've been on YouTube for much longer than you think. I've been doing YouTube for a few years now. So I had a lot of success on my gaming channel, The TheCardconomist, and this was just going to be my hobby channel, but now I put all my effort in here because what we have going on here is pretty cool. Collecting cards has been a big deal. I like that the cards are physical. Video games are just digital. So you can watch your high score go up in a video game, and that's fun. But there's nothing more like having actual cards sit on your table that you know are worth like $700. That's like a high score too, but it's like a real high score. You know what I mean? So that's what I like about Pokemon cards as a sort of a focus. It's become my main channel, basically. This channel has become my main channel. Kobe has become my focus. And now you could say playing video games are a hobby of mine. So it's kind of flip-flopped. There we go. All right, and now we have Mr. Alexander Maynard. What's up, man? He wants 5 Darkness, 4 Battle Styles out of a bag. All right. 4 darkness, as in 2 and 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think people are starting to go to sleep. I love the community we have after a 10-hour shift, getting home and having a drink and knowing your stream in the chat. Man, it makes me happy as a 29-year-old. 29-year-old. Can we just turn back the clock? I want to go back to my 20s, man. Oh, man, I feel like I've missed out on my 20s, to be honest with you. Yeah, I had to leave home when I was, well, I didn't have to, but I did. I left home when I was real young, and I just worked really hard through my 20s to be able to afford to go to college. And, man, I didn't really feel like my 20s began until I was like 25, I guess. But I won't complain. My life was not so bad. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't so bad. When I was in college with my wife, those were actually pretty special years. They go by fast, man. They go by really fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here goes. Hopefully you guys are having good times in your life too. You don't realize how special a time in your life is until that time has passed. And then you look back on it and you go, wow, that was the best time so far. You know what I mean? Kind of like being a kid and you look back on something like Christmas and realize how special it was. So when you're in the moment, you don't realize that this is one of your best moments. And you have to be like aware of that. And later on, you'll appreciate it more than you did at the time. That could be like being in college, making all your fun friends, and then one day you're at a job, you don't even like your job, you're just showing up to work and clocking in every day, and you look back in the past and go, wow, I was really happy back then. You know what I mean? So you kind of be mindful of that. Try to enjoy life as much as you can while it's going by. These are the days of our lives. That's right. How's that song go? I can't remember the tune. We got Butterfree. Christian Gutierrez says, Sage. Did you mean to say sad? Oh, Charizard V. That's one of the reasons we like this set, because you got 2 Charizards you can pull, both the VMAX and the V, and they both do very well. So let me move this off the table for a minute. Pulling the Charizard V. Now, this pack did not manage to get cut properly. Yeah, you got to appreciate it. I'm not even that old. I mean, 32 is not that old. I'm not like 40, but it's like I'm on my way to 40. You know what I mean? So I feel old. Definitely a predictor of the future. And man, will I feel old in my 40s. I will feel like a straight up boomer. What do we got? Trainer and Corviknight. I mean, there will be a day when I'm 39 and I'll be like, all right, well, I had a good run. Well, I hope to live to like 70, 70, 75, isn't that the average? But it's just not going to be the same, is it? There's a point where your body really changes quite a lot because you've gotten so old. But who knows, maybe medicine will advance with me and I can stay younger because of that, but probably not. Probably not. Yeah, life is pretty interesting. I've had a good life. Even if I were to count up to this point, my life has been pretty cool. Charizard V. I gotta have kids before I can croak, though. I gotta make some babies. Gotta get my... Oh, that was kind of loud. Shocked my cat there. I'm sorry, kitty. I didn't mean to clap my hands. Here we go, Mr. Alexander. I gotta go make some babies. I think my wife is enjoying not having any babies, though. I'm only 23, so you're grown up, mister. That's right. I'm like the reverse of 23. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and refresh. I think the line's getting shorter. How about you guys? Who's the youngest here? We got any 5-year-olds? Is life better now in 2021 for young people than it was in the 1990s for my generation? I bet not. I feel like it's not. I feel like it was really a special time in the 90s. I think that people who lived through the 80s feel the same way. There was a special atmosphere in the 80s and 90s. I feel like there's so much anxiety and depression in 2020, 2021. And maybe no sense of community even. If it's a community, it's an angry community. That's it. It's kind of sad. Okay, let me jump over to the activity list. Teenage depression is through the roof, says God King Lunar. Right. I think I read that it was really high for girls in particular, and especially anxiety for girls is apparently very, very high. Crispy says, what is the Great Reset? The Great Reset is when the government takes all your stuff and tells you to be happy about it. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. After Alexander, we have Christian Gutierrez. He says, hey, Mr. Ben, one of the 2 packs from Battle Styles. I have a pack. I have a bag, I mean. All right, hold on. I got to get a little more Battle Styles. I'll be right back. You'll have nothing and you'll like it. Who said that? Somebody said that. Must be so easy to say that when you're wealthy. All right. I liked growing up in the early 2000s, though. I got to enjoy the evolution of music technology. Yeah, music was different back then. Music was so different. Would it be fair to say the music felt more fun almost? Music really changed. Oh man, the music my parents listened to was probably some of the best music that I've ever heard, even to this day. All right, so we got 2 packs. Christian says, bend one of the 2 packs. I'm going to bend the blue pack, okay? We have to revel in the schadenfreude as we watch our society collapse, boys. Make sure the one you bend is the good one, mister. Oh my god. All right, I'm bending the good one. There was like more soul in the music or something. I can't describe it. The music just felt, oh man, that's the secret rare right there. So close to bending the secret rare. Woo! Just barely avoided it. And then the other pack? What do we bend in the other pack? Okay, you bent a hollow orbital. Oh man, dodged a bullet. Oops, that was close. I almost knocked my all these penny sleeves almost got knocked over. Whew. Oh man, so close. I thought maybe I'm just being a big poopy pants and, you know, just a farty guy who likes his own, you know, childhood better than what he perceives. And isn't that what old people always do? They're like, your music sucks. You guys don't follow the rules, blah, 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 blah. But things were really, they were different. I mean, the cell phone, the smartphone came out in like 2007 or 2006, right? And the 90s is really when the internet started to get used in people's homes. Okay, so you didn't have much internet and you definitely didn't have smartphones. You just didn't own a phone. And so you spent all of your time together. It really was just different. It was significantly different. You weren't so disconnected. Your friends was your actual friends. You had to hang out with them. You had to know them. And you had nothing else to do. You weren't going to go home and play Call of Duty Warfare. You were going to hang out with your friends probably. And so you just had like a friend group and you knew each other and you could look at each other and actually know that they're there and everything. Now you just look into a computer screen all day. There's definitely something unnatural about that. Like, have you ever stepped into a really nice park, you know, wildlife park, and you feel the trees and all that, and you can feel how good nature is on you? Just, oh, you like absorb it for a minute, especially if you've been indoors too long, you feel that. I feel like we have that at a societal level. You just don't really have social feelings anymore. You don't get to. In a way, we're talking online. In a way, we do, but in another way, it's been distinctly severed off. You know, it's like poof, you're gone. Weird. It's especially impacting me. My job is to hang out with you guys over. Wait, does he need a new bag? He says I have a bag. So my job is to hang out with you guys over the internet. I don't have any coworkers. Well, I have my wife, but my wife and I are very insulated. Insulated? I think that's the word. So, yeah, it's just it's a really different time to be a kid. Everyone's so paranoid and, yeah, I don't know. It's so sexual to be a kid too now. Everyone's all talking about your sexual identity and you can't just chill, right? You can't just be left alone almost. You got porn super easy to access. I bet kids are getting, they're hooking on to porn very young, very, very, very young. You just didn't have that when I was younger. I mean, like Playboy Bunny magazine, maybe. And it was hard to get, you know, it was hard to get a hold of one of those. Now you can get like the hardest stuff on the internet, the worst, muckiest stuff ever, and watch it all at the age of like 8. You know, you can get it young, man. So things really are just different. They definitely are different. It's not just me being a farty old guy. You don't get to have the same childhood anymore. Giovanni's second order, he says, 2 customs, 2 sets of bow styles, and Mister, did you hear about Elon Musk creating his own internet service provider? Damn, Elon Musk said, I'm not going to get canceled. His own internet service provider. That's cool as hell, man. I had not heard about that. All right, so 2 sets of bow styles. That's going to be the new trick in the future. You got to have your own internet. Then you can't be canceled. 2 sets, he says. And I don't want to say it's just the 90s either. Again, if you go back to like the 80s and the 70s, I bet it was very similar. You actually had maybe a more wholesome, cathartic kind of childhood than what you have now, where it's like all the kids' TV shows are creepy and weird, and they're like, I don't know. Don't get me started on the kids' shows. I've seen some kids' shows, modern ones, and they just are so freaking weird. They're so, I don't know how to describe them. They're so careful not to have your child feel anything except for good feelings. And it's really weird. It's really, really unhuman. Really inhuman. You prefer the 1890s? Man, you guys remember the 1890s? Some skeletons talking to each other in a grave. It was really better back then. They didn't have cars. You had to ride horses. Horses changed everything. Or cars changed everything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. They got to be so careful with these kid cartoons now, not to offend anyone, not to make your child feel insecure or feel anything other than, you know what I mean? That's it. That's the only feeling you can feel. Mind turned off, no thinking. It's weird. Very, very, very creepy. Mr. Giovanni, just hollows this time. I'm sorry, mister. Just hollows this time. I like to think about this stuff because, I don't know, just it's always on my mind. I'm really obsessed about it. Just always on my mind. You remember the 80s? Remember the 90s? I remember. All right, I'm going to write you down for live shipping. We're near the end of the stream, so I'm going to hold off on finishing your live shipping. I remember. All right, now we've got Mr. Pokikobe. Pokikobe again. I'll grade that Celebi and get 4 more Vivid, please, and thank you. I expect Vivid to go up, so I'm getting my fix now. Yeah, Vivid. 1, 2, 3. We're going to get a fresh box here. Beavis and Butthead and The Simpsons and MTV before it sucked. Yeah, definitely very different culture or zeitgeist or whatever you want to say. What's my favorite childhood show? Oh man, I watched a lot of news as a kid, as weird as that was. Let me think about it for a second. I'd have to say The Simpsons. Yeah, Simpsons would be my favorite show when I was a kid, followed by South Park, which I didn't really get to start watching until I was about 15. So The Simpsons would be number 1. I watched an enormous amount of news, though. Sneak. I remember when Futurama came out. That was a long time ago. Nowadays, kids think of Futurama like it's an old cartoon. It's so weird for me. We've got Drapion. Oh, what I would give to watch Futurama for the first time again. It's such a good series. We got Giraffe Rig. So watchable, so easy to watch. The comedy could be very subtle sometimes. South Park was the shit. Well, they were so different back then. If you watch an old South Park and compare it to a new South Park, it's like night and day. They're totally different. I don't know if it's better. I want to say it is. I really like, I don't know, South Park, They changed. They're still good. I really still enjoy South Park a lot. I love watching it. They're still funny. The whole idea of the cartoon's great. The four little kids. It's a great setup. The cartoon style is so unique even today. Love the voice acting. Great voice acting. But the style of comedy is so different now. And it's still enjoyable, but I never get a piece of that old comedy anymore, and I don't think it can ever go back. I don't think it ever will go back. It's just impossible at this point. All right. Oh, also, you were wanting some gradings, huh? So you will grade the Celebi. Sounds good. Here you go. Howdy ho! Oh, man. I don't really see what's going to replace it, you know? Human brainwasher. Haha, it will get better. I remember the first South Park episode in 1997. Well, see, for me, I didn't get to watch that stuff because South Park actually was pretty crude in an adult way. And so, of course, my parents were very against it. They're like, all right, that's just too far, right? Like, they were uncomfortable with The Simpsons already. But South Park was just too far. And so I didn't get to watch it for a long time, but I was very aware of it because it was blowing up. You know, people were talking about it, people were joking about it, people were buying the merchandise. And it wasn't until much later, it was my sister's boyfriend, who's now my brother-in-law. His name's Frank, and he had one of those iPods where you can download videos to it. And he had used, it was like LimeWire or BearShare or one of them, to download all the South Parks. And so voila, I bought an iPod too and had him transfer all of the South Park to my iPod. So I still remember, you know, I'd be laying in bed, and it was a long time ago, and you didn't have fancy cell phone or laptop at all, but I had this little iPod and all of the South Park episodes all of a sudden. And every night I was just laying in bed watching South Park privately. You know, you couldn't tell anyone. You couldn't tell anyone because you weren't allowed to watch it. It was, you know, it was inappropriate. BearShare was the shit. I used to burn CDs all the time using that program. BearShare introduced me to a lot of things, mostly of the adult nature. BearShare was full of inappropriate stuff that you could access very easily. So you see, in my family, we all had a shared computer, right? And so you couldn't really get on the internet and do anything inappropriate because you were in plain view of the whole family. 11 kids, remember, guys, there was a lot of kids, okay? So you're in plain view of everyone. But something you could do is download a lot of inappropriate stuff, transfer it to your iPod that plays videos, and then watch it anywhere else in the house. So there we go. BearShare was finally my easy access to adult stuff. And so I learned a lot about adult making baby stuff very quickly that year when I figured that out. I feel like a lot of people have a similar story of the first time they really had access to adult entertainment. You know what I mean? I feel like probably people of an older generation, they probably talked mostly about their first Playboys or something like that. You know what I mean? So it plays a larger role in life, actually. You don't think it does, and it's very taboo to talk about, but everyone eventually runs into it. All right. So let's see, who are we helping? We just finished Mr. Kobe. Now we have Raul again. What's up, man? He says 4 rounds of battle styles and 1 custom. All right, you got it. Let's see what you got. Girls Gone Wild commercials at 2 a.m. Bro, and they would put the little star over the girl's boobs. You have to subscribe to her. You know, you have to get the VHS. Order the VHS now. They put the little stars over so you can't actually see their nips. Oh, man. Hard as a diamond in a snowstorm, man. That was some crazy, sexy stuff. I was like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. He says, those commercials were enough for me. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh, man, that was crazy. I was like, what have I just stumbled upon? and you have the TV all the way down. It's like, oh, mister, did you have a 56K modern like I did and have it scream at you while it used your phone line to call the internet? Yes, the crazy internet access sound that you did with dial-up. Everyone remembers that. It's like a famous sound. Everyone who's old enough remembers that because it's so famous. GGW with the steel drum music playing in the background. The girls get naked. Girls Gone Wild had you boned up. I remember the Girls Gone Wild or whatever, you know, it wasn't just Girls Gone Wild, it was whatever service. But I remember it so well because it was such an insanely like adult commercial. Even if they hid the boobies with like stars or whatever, and you didn't have access to that stuff. Again, the internet was in plain view, and you knew they could watch whatever you did on the computer very easily. So you had to be careful. But the Girls Gone Wild commercial was just on the TV, and sometimes people weren't in the room watching TV with you. So you'll be flipping around like, when's that commercial coming on again? Oh my God. You're clicking through. You're like, oh, some show's on. You don't even know the name of the show. You don't care. You're like, what is this show? I don't care. When's the commercial going to start? One of the only times that the commercial is better than the actual show. Oh, another Karina's Will. We're so lucky, man. All right, take a look at that. Beautiful. Awesome. Who was that? That was for Raul. Raul, you're doing very good. That's one of the most expensive cards out of that set. And if you grade it, it might go for like $200. Oops. We've got Houndoom. I had Bum Fights 4 on LimeWire. Bum Fights, was that something like when they had homeless people fight each other? I never watched that. I think they made fun of that in the South Park, though, didn't they? Wild Party Girls was the knockoff Girls Gone Wild. Mister, what about watching the channels you didn't have for the static boobies? Watching the channels you didn't have for the static... I don't remember that. I think you might be referring to a scenario where there were like... Maybe there were like adult entertainment channels that you could flip to and kind of almost see. I didn't have any kind of scenario like that. So I think that's what you're talking about, though. Bum Fights taught everyone how to smoke crack and bang hoes. Felony Fights was pretty wild, too. Rufus was the king of bum fights. Yeah, I must have missed out on that, guys. I didn't get that. So, Raul, this is culture. Oh, man. There's Raw... I believe I heard about them, but I never watched them. HBO at night was The Spot. Frank's Adventures. Playboy Channel. Bum Fight Crew for life. Oh my God. All right, that was Mr. Raul. Now we have Jose Pacheco. Pacheco? He says 2 maximum gold. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. We have 1 Yugi gold, so I'm going to go open up a new case of Yugis. This will take me a minute. We got to get some more Yugis out, guys. Yeah, you know, a lot of time has passed. Doesn't feel like it because we're always in the moment. But it's been a long time. You know what's crazy to think about? Those girls, if you were a little kid watching the Girl Gone Wild commercial, those girls are basically grandparents now. You realize that? That's how old they are now, those same girls. If you were 10 and they were 20, well now, they're like 40, 45. They're basically grandma age. So let that sink in a little bit before the depression follows. Let that sink in a little bit. Those 20, 21-year-old girls, they're probably about 40 now. Maybe older. It just depends. Probably could say the same thing about a lot of porn stars like Jenna Jameson. Who remembers Jenna Jameson? Can't speak. They're all grandmas and grandpas now. Really wild. Ron Jeremy. Isn't he in trouble, Ron Jeremy? I think he's in trouble. He's been accused of like molestation or something, sex abuse. All right. I got your maximum golds. Here we are. 2 maximum golds. I feel like in my 30s, I'm in my last stage of being kind of young, you know, because once you hit 40, you're not young in your 40s. Mister, that Deoxys in Espeon, what set are they from? Oh, they're from Tag Team. I used to peek into adult sections at the video stores. Or maybe you could, like, if you went to the library, you could go to, like, the anatomy section and see, like, a naked woman's body in an anatomy book. Oh, here's one. You could find, like, a nude art book at the library, and they wouldn't hide it from children. You just had to know how to find it. That's it. and it would be nude art. You know, it was all artistic and everything, black and white, but it was just naked people. So you're like, oh God, I found it. I found the best book in the library. You'd be looking down the aisle of the, you'd be looking down the aisle of the library, you know, section that you were in, wondering like, all right, when are my parents going to turn that corner looking for me? Or a sibling, really, because you had a lot of siblings. I did. Maybe you guys did not, but I had so many siblings that you were constantly in danger of being found by your sibling. Bow of the Goddess. I gotta find myself some nude art at the library. Oh, this is art, not porn. I used to go dumpster diving and find Playboys. Oh my God. The library is a gateway to crime. Felt that way once you figure out you can find like art books with naked people, and it felt that way a little bit. I was like, is this all right? And of course, back then I was very religious, right? So my family was very Catholic, and doing all that stuff is super bad. Like, you're gonna go straight to hell, man. So obviously I would do that, and then I'd have to go tell a priest. You gotta go tell the priest so you can actually, you know, not get in trouble or whatever. It was so weird, man. All right, so I was looking at Playboy. God, dude, no wonder priests touch kids. You got a bunch of kids telling them a bunch of sexy stuff in a freaking confessional. I don't know. Priests, in hindsight, they make me very uncomfortable now. My mom found my stash under my mattress. Oh, no. Did you get in trouble? Were the Playboys sticky? I remember actually, I never got in trouble for any of the adult entertainment that I got into when I was younger. But one of my brothers actually got caught. He got caught with a Victoria's Secret magazine. It's not even that hardcore. There's just girls in bras and panties, right? And he got in so much trouble. And he had to have like the talk with my dad, which must have been so awkward for both of them. Yeah, it must have been crazy awkward. But he had to have the talk, because he had a Victoria, and here I am with like hardcore adult entertainment videos on my iPod, and I'm like, I'm dead if they ever find this. Yeah, that iPod didn't leave my body. It was on me all the time. Nobody could touch it. It was so dangerous for anyone to touch. I was like, nuh-uh. All right, and now we have Mr. Giovanni. He says 2 more McDonald's packs and 1 Yugi, mister. You can ship. Sounds good. All right, 2 more McDonald's. Yeah, I was scared. Gonna get the talk. Well, we already got the talk. We got like the here's how babies are made talks. This was gonna be like a different talk where it's like, here's why you're not allowed to look at sexy naked ladies doing things. You know what I mean? He was gonna get the porn is bad MK talk, despite the fact that my dad himself was probably definitely watching porn. So, because all guys were basically. And so you're gonna have to tell your kid, all right, see this thing I do? Be sure you don't do it. Steep. Yeah, actually, I remember when I was real young, we were just little kids. We didn't know anything about sex. I remember catching my brother in the room with all the Barbies, and he had removed, because I had sisters, so we had a ton of Barbie dolls, right? He had removed all the clothing from the Barbie dolls and locked himself in the room. I was like, what are you doing in here? And we teased him all the time about that. Me and my other brothers were like, in the room with the Barbies again, huh? But we were really young. None of us really knew anything at that point. But we knew it was weird. We knew it was like, that's definitely some kind of attraction to girls kind of thing, right? So we teased the hell out of them. Yeah, it was so weird. All the Barbies were missing their clothing. Like, what are you doing? I might have been like 10. He might have been about 8 at that point. And we teased him so much. My sisters, my younger brother, well, my other younger brother, he's a Barbie girl. That's right. He wanted to play dress up. That's right. I think he just wanted to play dress up. Just having fun with the Barbies. I don't want to know what he did behind that door. Bulbasaur, but he was really young, so he didn't know. I didn't know. There's this sort of built-in subconscious understanding of sexuality. Even when you're fairly young, you understand it. You know what I mean? You don't know how any of it works, but you know, your brain knows that's what you're meant to do eventually in the near future. All right, you're back right here, Mr. Giovanni. So he says he's ready to ship. Let's get you shipped out, mister. 1 sock gone missing. I never got the thing with the socks. I never did that. I don't know. Everyone using their socks, apparently. Punish on the Barbie. What? The Barbies ended up sticky, question mark? I I don't actually remember. No, he was really young. So, you know, your twigs and berries haven't dropped at that point. So I don't know what he was doing in there. Maybe he was just looking at them even. He doesn't know what he's doing with them. I'm telling you, we were real young. So he knew he was sexual at that point in life, but he didn't really know probably what you're meant to be doing with the Barbies even. All right, there we go. Let's get you a nice label made. Crazy times. And that's a really heavy bag. Shaving the neighbor's Cabbage Patch doll head. Dude, there was a Cabbage Patch doll craze back then. Everyone had Cabbage Patch doll. It was the toy. And toys were like, they were more important back then because you didn't have an Apple iPad or iPod or whatever. You had to have a toy. People were like, what's the next toy to buy? So people really cared about that. Cabbage Patch. They were so creepy, dude. Like staring at you in the night. They're gonna cut your little head off. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Cabbage Patch. My sisters had them though. I remember my sisters had the original My Little Pony. The old one. Before that successful new one came out. And of course I was given a Batman, which was awesome. Or how about, what was it called? Neil Armstrong, the stretch doll or whatever? There was the stretch doll, and then there was like the other ones where you vacuumed the head, and then they become stretchy. Those were awesome. Some of my favorite toys. Of course, when the Game Boy came out, that was my favorite toy, without a doubt. Nothing even came close. Game Boy was at the top. Game Boy like shocked me. I was like, what the is this? This is so good. So up to that time, I've been playing like video games on the computer. And I've been playing like little pinball games that you could, they were like hand consoles, but they weren't like the Game Boy. Stretch Armstrong, that's right. It was Stretch Armstrong. And then there was another one. It was like the bad guys, right? So there was Stretch Armstrong, and then there were the bad guys, and you had to like pump their heads to suck all the air out of their gross little rubber bodies, and then you could like twist them around. You remember that? Tamagotchis. Yep, my sisters had Tamagotchis. I did not, so I was always stealing them. Like they didn't want to let you play with the Tamagotchis. Yeah, those were very fun. All right. So we're refreshing one last time. I think we're basically done for the night. Let's see. God, I talk too much. I gotta stop and breathe sometimes. We've got Mr. Marvin, who says, one Vivid, one Yugi. And I think this will be the last order of the night, okay, guys? One Vivid, one Yugi. Snip. All right. Gigapets. I do remember that name. I don't remember what they did. We got Forbidden Chalice and Cosmo Dark Destroyer. Kids love blind bags now? What? I remember those Hot Wheels attack packs. Wait, mister, I got 2 custom and 1 battle after, I think as well, I sent a while ago under Raul. Okay, we'll take a look for that. Make sure we take care of everything before we wrap up. So that was for Mr. Marvin. Mr. Starvin' Marvin. Get the Terrakion in a sleeve. Very, very different times, man. Captain Planet. I thought about making Captain Planet rings and offering them for sale here, but because it's kind of like a nostalgia thing, right? So, oh, did I tell you guys that? I've been talking a little bit about it. I want to start selling rings, actually, like jewelry rings. That's because I've always had a ring. When I grew up, I had like different rings that I went through. I used to work with the guy who sells rings. And he would buy exotic hardwoods from me and my dad. That's what we sold from the garage. And he would make like Coca-Cola rings and stuff like that. So I knew a lot about ring making just because I had to work with him and he would tell me stuff like how it all works. And so it was always a fascination of mine. And he would actually end up trading me custom made rings for free product, right? So I'm thinking about maybe getting a small collection of nice looking rings available and then just leaving them on something like eBay or something for people to open up. Not open up, for people to buy. You still get the idea of custom cards and keychains, mister? Yeah, so the custom cards are actually already on the way. And I think they might arrive tomorrow, some of them. And then there's more that'll arrive later. So I think a Lugia and an Illustrator card will arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. It just depends. The weather is stopping, I think, is stopping these companies from delivering. And then I want to do even more custom cards. So that's my goal, is to have a collection of custom cards available for sale. The really expensive cards, the ones you're just definitely never going to own for real. It would be fun to get the custom cards available for them so you can kind of look at the artwork and enjoy it. You know, because at least holding it in your hand is kind of cool, even if it's not the real thing. You know what I mean? Like the Illustrator card, you're never going to own it. So that is a legitimate point where having a custom card of the Illustrator card might kind of make a little bit of sense. So I'm waiting for those to arrive, and yeah, I got some keychains on the way as well. Some Pokemon keychains, just some stuff that I think looks pretty cool. And then I really would like to try and sell rings because I've always kind of wanted to do that. Even when I was working on the Game Economist channel, I was talking back then to my wife about maybe starting up a ring shop and having that be like a men's jewelry ring, right? Having that be my merchandise because I have a fascination with them. I think they're one of the coolest things you can sell because you can put so much sort of like personality into them, and yet they're so small. And I think probably what I like most about them is they're often made out of like precious metals. So that's what I've always liked about them. And now I'm over here, and this is like the perfect platform for showing off a ring because you guys see my hand the whole night. You guys see my hand. And it's like, here it is. So I can just show it off while we open up packs. So I thought that's actually is even a better time than before to try and design and sell rings. So I thought that was pretty cool. So I'm just starting out light, and let's see if we can find Raul real fast, by the way. He says, 2 custom and another battle round, mister. Thank you, please. All right, Mr. Raul, thank you for your patience. 2 customs. Here goes. Pack number 1. That's Centiskorch. And pack number 2, Grookey. All right, so this is the last order of the night, guys. I know you probably want to search this box, but you'll have to search it another night. We are definitely wrapping up, all right? Girls Gone Wild were my first waifus. It's funny that you guys are, a lot of people find it funny to talk about the Girls Gone Wild. Apparently, we all had the same childhood. Girls Gone Wild. Oh, man. I got a lot of feedback from you guys when I talked about that. Some topics are more fun than others, or more relatable, maybe. I was looking into about how to make rings, mister. It could be a cool project. I know. I just have always liked them. I think they're like a sign of sort of like wealth or power. Rings have always been popular. And being able to eventually maybe like design my own ring, like a custom-made one that really looks exactly the way I want it to look, that would be so cool. But I'm not really at that point right now. And so right now I'm just looking at ones that I already think are pretty well made. And so I'm looking around for that and just learning stuff right now. All right, let's get this into your bag and say goodbye to each other. Here we are. You got the really fancy Rainbow Rare Karina's Will. Perfect. Okay, that's the end of the live stream. Another lively live stream. Thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to hit subscribe. Maybe tell your friends. I'll see you guys tomorrow night.